All right, we want to welcome everyone to the Southern RAC meeting tonight. Appreciate those in attendance and the RAC members that are here. We have Bart Batista is joining us online. So Bart, will make sure to watch out for you and get your input there. To start this, let me go over just procedures and then we'll go into introductions. So just a reminder, we read this every time, but this is a public forum allowing you to express your opinions and proposals on the management of wildlife in our state. This RAC considers your ideas, opinions, and proposals and reports them to the Wildlife Board. The Wildlife Board, not the RAC, is charged with setting wildlife policy of our state. We all have ideas and opinions, and let's just make sure that we present those respectfully, listen to each other, and maintain a civil discourse. So I appreciate that. With that said, let's go ahead and do introduction. Before I get to introducing the RAC, we do want to acknowledge Kevin Albrecht, the chair of the Wildlife Board, is here. Also, Wade Heaton has joined us online. And then Jay Shirley, the director, is also here. So we appreciate you guys being here. Thank you. Let's go ahead and introduce the RAC members. Do you want to go ahead and start us, and we'll work this way. If you can introduce who you are, where you're from, and who you represent, please.
Verlin King from Bicknell, represent agriculture.
Austin Atkinson from here in Cedar City, representing public at large.
I guess that's me. Tammy Pearson from Minersville, Beaver County, elected official.
Craig Lobb from Burrell, representing agriculture.
Kevin Bunnell, I'm the regional supervisor for the Division of Wildlife in the Southern region.
Braden Richmond from Beaver. I represent sportsmen and the chair of the Southern RAC.
Chad Utley, St. George, public at large.
Nick Jorgensen, St. George, representing the non-consumptive.
Ian Boardman from Hinckley, representing the public at large.
Chuck Chamberlain here in Cedar City, representing the Forest Service.
Thank you. At this time, we'd go ahead and, and Bart. I already forgot about you online, Bart. We'll try not to do that too many times.
Bart Batista from Kanab, representing non-consumptive.
Thanks, Bart. We appreciate you being here. I will do my best to remember you are here.
Thanks.
At this time, we go ahead and accept a motion to approve the agenda and the minutes. If there are any questions on that.
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second on that motion? Thanks. So a motion by Tammy, a second by Chuck. I stopped by the office on the way here, and I guess the secretaries are going to stay in the office tonight. So I threatened them that I'm going to be really quick on motions and who made the motions just to keep them on their game, but we'll be nice. So, okay, all in favor. I think this one we don't need a roll call. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the Wildlife Board meeting update. From our last meeting to now, there's been several meetings. Some of you may be aware that there was some meetings. Probably the biggest thing, well, let me just go through the Wildlife Board meeting, then we'll talk about the other meetings. But in the Wildlife Board meeting, there was a motion that we make it illegal to place or maintain or use trail cameras, transmitting and non-transmitting from July 31st to December 31st for the taking or aid of taking big game animals on public or private property. And that motion passed. There was another motion to establish a technology working group. I believe that group is at least it's assigned at this point and it's running. So that motion was approved and passed. There was another motion to approve the remaining recommendations that passed. There was a motion to deny the division's proposal concerning Hunter Orange, and that died for the lack of a second. There was a motion to approve the remaining, that passed. Just trying to find if there's any more changes. There was a motion to accept the Northern Region Advisory Council's proposal to allow the take of collared lines in the area of the study, and that passed. And then a motion that we approve the remaining recommendations of the Southern Region Advisory Council. and asked the director to align the spot and stock dates with the harvest objective dates, and that passed unanimously. So that was a motion made here by Austin. Motion that we approve the remaining as presented. Oh, no. Yeah, as presented, that passed. And a motion that we interpret the statute to mean that property owners will be compensated for full replacement value of actual damage or loss by big game animals. That passed unanimously. And then there was also some direction to ask the division through an action log to look at issuing a 2-point or smaller buck tags to youth hunters. That passed unanimously. So after that meeting, there was a second meeting that was called to discuss the trail cameras further. After a lot of discussion, a lot of input from the public, I think most people are aware that that again passed. In fact, it passed with a wider margin than the first time. And then just last week, I believe the Wildlife Board had a working meeting, which was broadcast. Hopefully everyone had a chance to watch that. I think the information there was really, really good. If you haven't had a chance, I'd encourage you to. So that's available. You can go out onto YouTube and watch that. But they did discuss that last motion of the 2-point, what is it? The 2-point or smaller bucks for youth tags. That was an interesting discussion. Again, that meeting was really good. I think it'd be well worth your time to take the time to watch that if you haven't. A lot of good information presented, a lot of data that we have now that we haven't had historically, and what they're doing with that data. So, any questions on the Wildlife Board meeting update? Okay, I'll turn it over to you, Kevin, for the supervisor update.
Thanks, Brad. Mike, could you pull up that presentation? Okay, I'll just give you a brief update on what's been going on in the southern region over the last little bit. I'd like to thank the managers. They each put together a couple of slides here for me to update what's going on in each section. Mike, if you'd go to the next slide. So we'll start with our wildlife section. Next slide. I'll leave this one up for just a minute. This is Teresa put this slide together. This is a portion of, covers most of the Pine Valley unit. And that's movements of our deer just in the last 30 days. Pretty interesting. The data that we're getting from the collars that we have, where we're able to track animals almost real time. And you look at the lengths of some of those lines on how far these animals are migrating from winter range and starting to congregate back up on the mountain now. We still have some mortality that's occurring, but our survival rates so far this year are higher than last year, which is encouraging. We're continuing to collar more deer when we have opportunities, starting to do our spring range assessments. And we do have some deer and elk depredation issues around the region, but I will say that for the most part, landowners are really good to work with, and they recognize that our deer populations are down right now and are working well with us to try to avoid mortality where we can. Next slide. So we did fly 4 of our units here in the southern region this last year, the Fillmore, Beaver, Southwest Desert, and Penguich Lake, and you'll see some of that data, or you saw some of that data rolled into our recommendations. Turkeys are behaving themselves a little better than they have in the past. We'll see if that holds. Did some duck banding out at Clear Lake. We have a graduate intern, Ian Montgomery, who will be doing a master's degree on the sheep down in Zion National Park, in a project that's a cooperative project between the Division of Wildlife and Utah State and the National Park Service. I think we've visited all the bear dens that we're going to be able to get to this year, and not surprisingly, based on the weather conditions we had last year, our production was down in our bear population. Lots of early mornings this time of year with sage grouse let counts, and the counts appear to be up and not everywhere, but in general, our counts are up. Pinion jays, this is something that we're going to be watching very closely. They were recently petitioned through the Fish and Wildlife Service to be listed under the Endangered Species Act. This has the potential to affect our watershed restoration initiative in a pretty large way. On the positive side, we do have really good data that I think will help us and we're collecting more data to help inform that decision. Rabbit surveys are going on. We do have, that should be HRD instead of RHD, hemorrhagic. No, maybe it is RHD, rabbit hemorrhagic disease that's been detected in which counties, Teresa, in the region? Washington and?
We have Iron, Wayne, and maybe.
Okay, so a few places across the state, and two of the places where it's been detected are here in the southern region. So that's something that we're watching closely. And then our prairie dog counts are going on right now. I will update you. The conservation strategy for prairie dogs is about complete, and we anticipate sometime within the next 12 months making a formal proposal to the Fish and Wildlife Service or a request for a species status review, which will be followed by we hope, a petition to delist Utah prairie dogs. We feel like we have the data to support delisting that species and removing it from the endangered species under the protections of the Endangered Species Act. Next slide, please, Mike. Aquatics, big fish, I guess, is the theme here. Those pictures on the left are from just a week ago at Newcastle Reservoir. Those are both wipers that are 10 pounds plus. The picture on the right, I think, is at Otter Creek. And again, really big wipers that they're catching in the nets so far this year. Let's go on to the next slide. So gill net surveys are underway right now. At Otter Creek, the trout population, we were pretty worried about I think Otter Creek got down to 15% capacity. It's at its lowest point last year. And that was pretty scary on how it would impact that fishery. They seem to have come through it pretty well. I think the regulations that we put in last year to reduce the fish population have helped, and they're in good shape right now. And again, some really large wipers. Minersville, the trout, the numbers and size are down slightly from previous years. Again, that was done purposely last year because of how low the water was. Wipers, again, at Minersville are doing good, and some really big fish at Minersville as well. And I already mentioned Newcastle. Trout numbers are lower than expected, but the wipers are doing really well. And now's the time of year that people are out catching them, mostly at night. Next slide, please. From our Washington County field office, a big victory there recently with the Virgin Spine Dace. Been a cooperative effort for over 25 years, and they again were able to prevent a federal listing of that species. It's been petitioned twice, and both times we've been able to provide the data to preclude a listing. Just some gee whiz stuff. The spine dace, when they first started working on them under a conservation strategy, were at about 60% of their historic range. We've been able to increase that out to 90% of the historic range that they currently occupy. To accomplish that in a situation where, with the development that's going on in Washington County and how precious water is a real testament to partnerships between the state and particularly the Washington County and the Washington County Water Conservation District. Let's go on to the next slide. This just kind of shows you if you can see that, the dark lines on that map following the streams are where spine dace were distributed when we started, and then the more what looks like a blue highlighter with the wider lines, that's the current distribution of virgin spine dace. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Our habitat section. Berlin will probably recognize those picturs of Bicknell bottoms. Let's go to the next slide. Some ongoing projects. We are just finishing up the Bicknell Bottoms Habitat Management Plan. I think you'll see it on the agenda in May. Lots of pinyon juniper removal projects wrapping up for the year. And we're, just gearing up for next year's habitat work with all of the funding processes between Habitat Council and the Watershed Restoration Initiative. And then we did have our meeting with all of the conservation groups last week, I think it was, and the conservation groups committed $4.3 million during that meeting to go towards habitat projects in the state. I think that's the highest that we've ever had. Covey, is 4.3 million. Is that the highest we've had in a single year? I think it is.
That's what KSL said today.
Jay's nodding his head and saying yes. So by about $1 million. Okay. Great partnerships that we have here in the state, and we appreciate those. And then just reminders that we do still have some road closures on our WMAs that'll be being lifted April 30th. Next slide, please. From our outreach section, a lot of work with kids in the local communities right now. That picture on the right is from our, what do we call that event? Out of my mind just went blank. Special Needs Fishing Day. That's a cooperative effort between the division and Southern Utah anglers. They bring all of the kids from the local schools that are in special needs programs and at Tonnequint Pond. I don't know if Sullivan Pond. We bring a bunch of fish in, and they have a whole bunch of volunteers, and you can see the impacts of that. That's a kind of a once in a lifetime experience for some of those kids, and it's pretty cool to go experience. Let's go to the next slide. So I mentioned the free fish, or the fishing, the Special Needs Fishing Day. We've also had a lot of NAS programs going on, the National Archery in the schools. The Western Regional for that program will take place the end of this month, and then there'll be a YHEC state tournament for that's the youth hunter education competition, May 13th and 14th up in Logan. We are expecting a significant increase in dedicated hunters this year, just because we cycled a whole bunch out last year that were in the third year of the program, and there'll be new people coming in this year. Fewer than there would be because we're recommending less tags than we've had in the past, but there'll still be an increase in the number of dedicated hunters this year. I think that's it, but let's check. So that's all I've got. I'm happy to help answer any questions. Gene?
You've got a rabbit survey going. Are they finding any rabbits at all?
You know what, I'm going to have to ask some of those that have been doing it. I think we're just getting started with that process right now. No data yet really to report. Yeah, so we're just getting started with that. Ask me at our May meeting, Gene, and we can give you an update.
Yeah, and I think it's a big problem. I haven't seen a rabbit all spring.
They're certainly down. They were, rabbit populations fluctuate. They were up 3 or 4 years ago, and I think I'm hoping we're hitting bottom and we'll start rebounding. But yeah, they're definitely lower. We're in the low part of the cycle right now.
If we had the rabbits, I remember maybe the coyotes would have something besides flaunt speed.
Maybe so.
My observation, they're more than there was a year ago.
So maybe we hit bottom last year and starting to come back. We'll have some data to report on that in May, I hope so. Okay, any other questions? Okay, Braden.
Thanks, Kevin. I just wanted to add a comment. We've seen this before, and in this presentation today, you talked about the efforts and the success in keeping things off the federal list. I think just a huge thanks and congratulations to the division for that. That's a lot of work, and it's very, I don't think we understand the significance of being able to do that and what the division does to do that. So I just want to thank you for that.
Well, we've got Kim Hersey here in the audience. Take the opportunity to thank her. She's one of the ones that leads that program for our agency.
All right. Well, thank you, Kim. Thank you. It really is a big deal, and we appreciate it. So thank you. Go ahead.
I would second that if it was a motion. I can tell you in my world, in the political world, talking to other county commissioners, talking to our Western region, and which is the 13 Western states, Utah by far is leading out on every single thing, period. I mean, there's just no question. And we start talking success stories. Uh, start talking those kind of stories like on wild horse and burro, like prairie dog, like sage grouse, those kind of things. Those are huge, and it's on a larger scale. You know, I mean, some of us get stuck in tunnel vision, I call it. So you're only seeing one little portion of the picture, but on a grander scale, on a Western region, is huge what Utah's doing in DNR and DWR, and amen. I think you guys are doing a great job. Appreciate you.
You picked the right meeting to come to, Kim.
We're always this nice. It's always like this. Let's go ahead and move into the first action item on the agenda tonight, the buck deer permit recommendations. As we go into that, let me just remind everybody of the flow and the process during this. So first, the RAC will ask questions to the division, then questions from the public. After that, we'll get comments from the public. Let me pause there. We appreciate the public that's here. We wish there were more. Please take this opportunity. If you made the effort to come here, we want to hear what you have to say. Decisions are made and heard off of what the public says in these meetings. So please take the time to comment. We want to hear your comments and appreciate you for being here. After comments from the public, we'll hear comments from the RACs. The RAC then will entertain motions. The RACs will discuss the motion, and then we'll have a vote and move on to the next agenda item. On this first item, I would like to pause before we get underway, go out of order a little bit. We used to do presentations. Now the presentations are online. We hope that everybody's had a chance to watch those, and we hope that we all took notes as we watch those. Having said that, I would like to ask if we could just get a summary. Let me back up, talking maybe a little bit too much. When I got on the RAC, there was an idea out there that you get on the RAC to be involved in two meetings, the meeting in December and this meeting. These are the two meetings you get on the RAC for. Since being on the RAC, I understand and acknowledge the importance of all the RAC meetings in the process, but I still think that this is the most involvement from the public are these two meetings. So having said that, I would like to get just a little more background before we dive into questions. And I'm wondering if you could just talk specifically to our area, this region, and what's going on in the deer herds. Just a brief overview, if you wouldn't mind. I know in the working meeting that there was some really good information. I think that'd be beneficial before we got into questions, if that's okay.
I'm just waiting to see who wins the arm wrestle between Teresa and Cole.
Yeah, we could go through permits in Southern region really quick. And if you want to, I can just present that part of the presentation. Again, I can share it. I'm already on the meeting.
Yeah, and I think even more than the presentation, Kobe, is I know there's some reason of why you came up with what you came up in the presentation. Some of those slides I think would be very beneficial.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. When we could go through the recommendations that we've been having questions on in other RACs too, primarily some Southern region deer recommendations. For that though, because a lot of these are Mike's and Kyle's. I guess Mike, Kyle, do you guys want to come on up and then we'll go through what you're being asked? Is that good? Okay, so it's no secret that we've seen significant drought that has affected the southern portion of the state more than the rest. Now, that's not to say that it hasn't affected the rest of the state, but it's really affected the southern end of the state. And where we start to pick up drought when we're monitoring specifically deer is in body condition. So when we go out and catch in the fall, we take a few metrics that relate back to total body fat in does, right? And that total body fat we see when it's down, it leads to reduced survival, right? It leads to reduced survival and reduced recruitment. And we've seen both of those show up in populations and a lot of the populations down here. Because of that, starting 3 years ago, we made significant cuts in deer permits. If we look at it, just rough numbers here, modeled population estimates We've reduced about 25% in total deer, but about 50% in buck deer permits. And you may ask why? Why is the sharp reduction in buck deer permits as compared to the reduction in deer? And the reason why is because, especially on these general season units, you take into account that recruitment. So it's not just the number of deer on the landscape, but it's the number of bucks on the landscape and the number of bucks coming into the system. And when that's reduced in a general season unit, in order to manage to the buck-doe ratios we've agreed to, you've got to cut quite a lot. So again, roughly, if you look across all the units, about a 50% cut in permits and about a 25% reduction in overall deer numbers, broadly based. Some of the units this year, and the rationale behind a lot of that is that, I guess backing up again another step, previously in mule deer plans, we would only take into account buck-doe ratio, possibly trend, and then the 3-year average in the last year, and make decisions based on that. So mule deer management, and really that's mule deer management everywhere where there is mule deer, does it like that. And what that leads to is a very retrospective look on mule deer and looking back to see here's where we are, and then putting in next year's permits. Since 2014, when we started to collar deer and get real survival estimates across the state, we knew we had better data. So when we rewrote the deer plan in 2019, we asked to be able to incorporate some of those data. So now we don't just look back, right? We don't just look at how did it go for the last time? What did we pull off? What do we have? And then project forward. But we take into account, in addition to the buck-doe ratio, what is the fawn-doe ratio? What was fawn survival? What was adult survival? And then we look at conditions and predict forward. Now, the silver lining across the state, if there is one, and if we can get some more rain this spring, which I think everybody's hopeful, but the silver lining is that last year with some of those late fall rains, a lot of does had lost their fawns when they came in because it was so dry in that May and June. But when they came in that fall, those fall rains led to a lot of fat deer. And when we look at the estimates, we had some of the fattest deer on the landscape since we began recording in 2014. So deer looked good, but fawn-doe ratios were down. And so that leads to, if we don't have those fawns, it'll then be your yearling bucks coming into the system. It leads to some pretty good decreases in areas. Other areas, we didn't need to make those decreases because we already had made those decreases previously. You know, and specifically, Jason, looking at the Pine Valley, we had the ability, when we reduced in buck-doe ratio, looking at what it needs to be to get back up into the managed plan, we had to make a pretty significant cut. This is where I always have pause. Now, the recommendations that we're making are to manage to the agreed number of bucks on the landscape after we hunt them. And this it's not a biological threshold, but it's what the division agreed to with the public in the management plan. And so that's the rationale behind the cuts. With the right conditions, we'll grow deer, and we would grow deer with more buck hunting or less buck hunting. But we need the right conditions in combination with where we need predator control, continued predator control, and the other things that are impacting deer populations. Okay, so that was a more broad overview, but it really speaks to this region and what we've seen. We've seen low fawn-doe ratios with low survival. This last year, really fat does. This winter, so far survival's great. We're lined up to come in at the highest survival rates on fawns and does that we've had since we started to monitor in 2014. If it stays on trajectory, right? And you can't always speak with the surety, but it looks really good. Are there any specific questions, Braden, that I could answer? Is that kind of what you wanted me to cover, or did I miss the boat completely?
No, that's really good. I do think if you could, again, just lightly touch on it, but I think we're going to get questions on it. So maybe address the cuts in Pine Valley. Another one would be why we aren't seeing similar cuts on the Beaver. I know in one of the other racks, you gave a very good explanation of that, which I think is helpful. And I guess any similar
Any information I
conversation
can bring
like
up?
that on specific units.
Okay. Yeah, let's go through some of this, but on this part, I probably will ask the biologist to come up. They love this meeting and I talk too much and they don't talk enough, so they get super excited. But I'll bring up some of the data on the Pine Valley and I'll display it on the screens. Jason, we'll do the Pine Valley first. Sure. Okay, and we'll bring up your rec. And then we can talk about the why behind it. Actually looking at the cache, so. All right, Jason, do you want to go over some of this then?
Sure.
And just talk through it?
Okay. So as Kobe said, on the Pine Valley, as well as a lot of the units in the southern region, we had poor fawn production as well as poor fawn survival. The Pine Valley is one of our units that we are monitoring a little bit more closely. We do have GPS collars on the unit. So this is real data that comes directly from the Pine Valley. Adult survival, 77%. Average in the West is about 85%. So that's below normal. 32% survival on fawns, where normal is probably in the 50 to 55%. Our production was also down on the Pine Valley, 34 fawns per 100 does, where normal on the Pine Valley is usually 58 to 60 fawns per 100 does. So with that low survival, low production, we're not producing a lot of yearling bucks that will be coming in to the population, and therefore they won't be there to hunt this year, and we had to significantly reduce permits. Let me see if I can scroll down. Yeah, it's two fingers should work. You know, we are okay. So you can see here on this graph, our success was down last fall. We had 24.3% success on the 4,100 permits that we had last year. So that helped that lower success. But that being said, we still ended up at 16 fawns per 100 does. Sorry, 16 bucks per 100 does postseason. So you can see there 34 fawns per 100 does. That's what we were last year. And the 5-year average is 48. Even the 5-year average is below normal. I've projected that we will have higher fawn adult survival and fawn survival this year, 82% and 48% with the better range conditions and higher precip that we're having right now. Hopefully it carries through. So with the reduction of 2,400 permits from the 4,100 down to 1,700, and we do expect a little bit lower success this year. We'll probably be somewhere between that low to average success, which will bring us back up to about 18 bucks per 100 does, which is the management objective. So,
yeah.
Okay.
No, and so there's a lot that goes into this. If anything, so far, looking at what we've done, we probably underpredicted survival. Right, it looks like most survival is higher than this right now. So that's a good thing. But this proactive recommendation gets us back to where we've agreed to be in the management plan. So that's one. Any questions for Jason while he's up here on the Pine Valley? I just might as well wrap this one up. He doesn't want to get up and down and up and down. So from the rack.
That's almost too easy, but it doesn't look like.
All right. So the next one that we've had a lot of questions on around the state, mostly the Beaver and the Pavant. And so we can go through some of those same data, but Mike put together a visual representation to help show this. And I think it's worth showing. Mike did something that's worth showing. Good job, Mike. All right, Mike, do you want to talk through your rationale here?
So this slide you're looking at right here is our buck to doe ratio for the last 10 years. You can see we climbed in 2012 up to 2016. We were actually quite a bit above the objective. And then we've been on a steady decline after that. The big push we heard back in the other regions is why aren't we cutting more permits? So we're recommending to cut 200 tags. And this slide explains some of the reasoning why. So these are the number of permits that we've had on the Beaver for the last 10 years. So you can see just back in 2018, we had over 3,000 permits. And in 2021, we were down to 1,400. We're recommending 1,200 this coming year. So that's, what is that, 58%, I think, if I remember right, 52%. 52% decrease in 3 years. So that's why I didn't recommend a heavier decrease. We've already cut tags really hard on the unit. And if you look, let me show you on the Pavant. We did something similar on the Pavant, where I know there was other feedback in the other regions. We were all the way up to 2,500 permits in 2018, and we cut clear down to 1,200, which again is 52%. And then immediately, if you look in 2019, the buck to doe ratio responded to that cut in permits and came back up to within the objective. And so I'm hopeful with the Beaver, as you look at the buck to doe ratio, I'm hopeful that in 2020, that was our inflection point. And we're starting to climb back in our buck to doe ratio. So we're not saying that we think the Beaver mule deer herd is recovered and where it should be, right? What we're saying is that we don't need to completely stop hunting to get our buck to doe ratio back within the management objective. Does that help?
Thanks, Mike. That's really good. And that's exactly what I wanted to show, because I saw this before, is this year, it looks like Pine Valley's taking a drastic cut, but some of the other units aren't. But if we go back over and combine the last 5 years, they've all taken drastic cuts.
Yeah, and I think the important part, I wish these two graphs would show together a little better, and that is that the inflection point from 13.2 to 4.8 came after these two big cuts. And so we're trending the right way. An additional few hundred permits will get us there faster. But the worry is that if you overcut and overshoot the management objective for bucks, not for deer, but for bucks, we're going to be back here asking for more permits in a unit when the sentiment's going to be, well, there aren't as many deer. Yeah, there aren't, you're right. And there are more bucks than what we agreed to in the management plan.
Thanks, Kobe.
Sure.
I just have one more thing to add. So on the Beaver, we do have fawn collars the last 2 years. And last year, at this time of year, our fawn survival was already at 56%. We had really poor fawn survival. This current year, we're actually at 90%. So I'm hopeful that that will continue through the year and we can have better fawn recruitment this coming fall.
Go ahead, Austin.
Can I ask the question to Mike, why on the fawn survival?
I think a lot of it, I should have included this on the graph. But when we went and collared adult females this past year, they were fat. And I think a lot of it had to do with the monsoons. And the fawns that did survive through the summer got that same boost right before wintertime. And hopefully that's going to carry them through.
Austin, even though we had fewer fawns come in statewide, and fawn weights weren't super surprising. We didn't notice as much of an uptick in average fawn weight as we did adult doe body condition or total ingested body fat on the does. That really showed up. But fawn survival has been high statewide. This is the graph that shows statewide. And this darker orange line right here that's starting to pair kind of with this red line, we've got a good chance of coming in at either the highest or the second highest year for fawn survival for the last, well, since we started to monitor heavy. 2015, I would say, is when you can really look at this. So the 2014-15 line, this line's not as, there's not as much data backing up that top 2014-15 line. This 2015-16 line is the more appropriate line. This website that I have up here, it's open to the public. It's worked together with BYU. It's BYU Ecology Lab. Anybody can log on to this website, look at deer survival rates, look at body condition scores, any metric that we take on deer in our collaborative survival study with BYU. It's here and it's updated frequently. So if you want to know what kind of body condition your unit came in at this last year, this is fawn survival, but at the top, you go to survival, adult females. You can look at what survival looks like. You can pick your year, you can pick your unit, and you can look at cause-specific mortality. It's not only what percent or what rate are they surviving at, you can look at what killed them and what percent is being taken by what animal. So this is the kind of stuff that helps inform and educate the decisions that we make when you see it on permits. Okay.
Thank you. That was perfect. Let's go ahead and open up questions from the RAC.
I got all sorts of questions.
Sweet.
I'll just start next time, say Austin, and then the remainder.
Sorry.
No, that's great.
I guess where I'm not a biologist and nor do I track the weather like I should. But when I see your statewide survival graph, like that makes sense to me. We're dealing with a giant sample. Okay, we can see a trend statewide, but when we look at a unit that is just extremely jumping up and down on these rises and valleys, I have to say, is our sample too small? Is the model working, or should we not be putting as much focus on that data where we're talking about 24 fawns, or I don't know what size of sample I'm looking at, and therefore it's hard for me to, as a non-biologist,
can
you help me understand that?
Absolutely. So it's a really good question, and you've got to walk the line of what's financially feasible with where does good data start, right? So on our units, we collar at least 20 fawns per unit. Could it be better at 40 or 50? Sure. Is that feasible? It's already a workload, and there's a lot of money that goes into this. The other thing is that fawn survival will jump like that. So when you look at mule deer populations, really you monitor adult doe survival, and then fawn survival is this, and that's west-wide, whether you have a good sample of a lot of fawns or a small sample, because that first year is completely driven by the weight they come in at and how heavy that wear is. And if you're going to lose deer, you're going to lose deer that are either fawns, yearlings show higher susceptibility to mortality as well, but then 2 to 7.5 or 8, somewhere in there, you have your prime deer. They survive at a pretty consistent rate. And then you end up with older than that are also highly impacted by weather. But if you look at your adults, that's why we can look at it and say west-wide average is about 85% on adult deer. Fawn survival it really depends on that year. We could color, what I'm trying to say is we could color a lot more fawns, and you'd still have highly erratic fawn survival depending upon climate. They're just the ones that are more susceptible to that. And predators too. And that's the other thing I wanted to bring up. Yeah, so they're susceptible to coyotes, as they're susceptible to, we showed on our Book Cliff study that they're highly susceptible where you overlap a lot of summer range with bears, high bear densities. They're eating fawns. Cougars eating a lot of fawns, bobcats taking a few fawns. And that's even before we get into the fall classification.
Okay, so on the Pine Valley, and maybe back to Jason, what is killing our fawns there? And I didn't look at the numbers that you just showed. It's hard to see on that screen, but is it cougars? Is it predators? Is it just the drought? As an outsider, I'll say it's hard for me to understand pointing to the drought on everything. Right? There's plenty of water and there's millions of dollars in habitat. So why are the deer going down? I know that's a giant question.
Do you want to start with fawns and then go into adults?
Yeah,
or-
that's fawns and adults on Pine Valley specifically.
Do you want this data up, Jason, or do you want to just speak to it?
Yeah.
Do you want us to display this again? It's hard to see, just tell you. Probably. I'm not the tech guy, Tammy. I just click on stuff. These data are collected in the field by biologists. So when you look at these data are collected by Jason. Compare the Pine Valley and the South Slope.
Are you talking about Pine Valley down at Dixie? Because we got a Pine Valley in Beaver County.
Yes.
Yeah.
One in Dixie.
Yes, the one in Dixie, yes. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so cause-specific mortality on fawns. You can see the bottom line here on this graph right here. This is for 2020, 2021. And the first, I guess the basic answer to your question is all of the above. We had a fawn taken by a cougar, one. We had some taken by coyotes, some taken, some were malnutrition, some even were hunter harvest, yearling bucks that we collared. We had one wounding loss and then one unknown. So all of the above. One thing I would add to that is these ones that were taken by predators, every one of these deer that I retrieved a collar from in the field, we do a field necropsy on. And part of that field necropsy is looking at any predator, signs of predator or anything like that. But I break a femur bone on every one of those deer to look at the condition of the bone marrow. And even though it may have been taken by a coyote or a lion, a good share of those that were taken by predators were in poor body condition. And that may have contributed to them being taken by a predator. And that poor body condition was directly related to the drought conditions. So.
Let me just clarify what you said there to make sure. But in Pine Valley, it already has the highest percentage of malnutrition cause fatality. And you're suggesting it's even significantly higher because had the predators not got them, they likely would have died from malnutrition.
Correct.
So it would be, not only is it already the highest, but it would have even been higher.
Right. They still would have died, but it just would have been more attributed to malnutrition. So, and that was a call I made in the field at that moment. That day when I collected that, I could have called it a malnutrition, but since there were signs of predation, I went ahead and attributed it to predation.
And then this is the adult survival. And I guess one thing too, just this is a statewide perspective, and that is sometimes you look at things and say, There's really not that much difference between 85% and 75%. No, it's a B versus a C. It's a huge difference. When you start to look at populations and adult survival, it gets really tough to grow deer when you ever get below 85% adult low survival. Almost impossible at that point. So to grow deer, you need a combination of factors. 60 fawns per 100 does, especially on a desert unit, that's a great number to start with if you can hit that in the fall. 85% adult low survival. If you have those two things, you can lose half your fawns over that winter and you will have no growth but no loss. So anything above that is a positive growth rate. Anything below that is a negative. You're losing deer on the landscape. So Jason, I'll turn this back over to you.
All right, this one's a little harder to see. More units we don't have as many units with fawns, so a little bigger graph. But on the Pine Valley, again, we had some attributed to lion predation, some to malnutrition, more to coyotes than anything on the unit, some to roadkill, some unknown. And again, every one of these, I'm looking at the bone marrow, and some of these probably could have been attributed to poor body condition, malnutrition. So.
And Jason, just pointing to Zion, it's hard to see those numbers, but is that predation from cougars, that orange bar?
It is. Zion tends to have a higher cougar predation year after year. I think the issue we have on Zion, several issues. We've got Zion National Park. It's a refuge for lions. We've got a lot of private land that's also a refuge for lions. It's hard to kill lions.
When you're talking about adult deer, this kind of tells us, now the Pine Valley you'll always have some coyote take on adult does on the Pine Valley. They don't come into winter in as good a body condition, but they also don't have the decline that you see in the northern units either. But when you start to see this type of coyote predation, it probably points to the fact that you've had poor recruitment for years, and it takes that, that pretty bell curve of average age, and it starts to shift it towards the older end. So older, less body fat, harder to escape a cursorial predator, right? So lions they will kill anything. Old, young, fat, skinny, they don't care. But coyotes usually take the weaker animals, just the way they kill.
Yeah, more questions. Has the division looked at some of these proposals that came in, one specifically from SFW to not support like the Beaver increase in tags, Penguins Lake not increasing as much? And do you have a statement on that at all?
In general, I mean, I can speak to the units, but again, it comes back to we put together a diverse committee. We wrote a management plan. We took it through the public process, and we're making very proactive recommendations to that plan. So our concern is that you can cut those permits, but then we don't want to do that same yo-yo. We're making aggressive cuts to get to the buck-tail ratios we've agreed to. We don't want to end up at 22 or 24 next year or 26 and come back in and say, hey, we got to add permits. Well, we have folks saying, well, the deer aren't there. Well, yeah, we're not saying that deer herds have recovered in southern Utah. We're saying that this is what we've agreed to manage to, and they're going to recover or not, regardless of the number of buck permits on the landscape. We're not hitting any kind of biological threshold. It won't save the population by not offering that hunting opportunity.
Any additional questions from the RAC? Go ahead, Gene.
On the Beaver unit, how many tags are you recommending?
On the Beaver unit?
Yeah.
We're recommending to cut it 200 from 14 to 12.
Okay. 1,200 tags. Is that 1,200 tags that go into the draw? All 1,200?
What do you mean, Gene? What are we getting at here? Because it feels like we
Okay,
go round and round on this.
What we're getting right down to is that you cut tags.
Sure.
You cut the draw tags. What I'm wondering about is, do you cut the landowner tags proportionately?
So the 600 landowner tags that are appropriated by region. That rule, do you want to take this one, Kevin?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Gene, I know what you're talking about. We're going to continue to issue doe tags in situations where we have depredation. That changes because the deer populations are low. We're issuing fewer of them than we would have if our deer populations are high. But it's not something that we're doing. It's not a proportional. We cut public tags by this much, so we're cutting depredation tags by this much. That's driven by the damage that's occurring at the time, and that's why we do it. And like I said, most of our landowners, they know deer populations are down, and some of them will tell us, I don't want to kill deer this year. But by law, we're required to reduce depredation if it's going on, and in some cases that means killing some deer. Now, I will tell you, last year, with all of and I can't remember how many it was a couple of hundred depredation tags that we issued on the Beaver unit, we only killed 35 deer.
Kevin, what about the buck? I think he's talking about the buck deer general season tags and that rule.
So,
So what I want to know is, there's a couple of ways that landowners can get buck tags.
So
are those tags cut proportionately with the tags that are available to the?
They will be. So the landowner rule is, you'll see in May, the revisions we did a committee where we completely went through that rule. As of right now, there's 600 landowner permits issued on a regional basis, and we sell out all of those in the southern region. They're not done on a unit by unit basis. It's done by the region. The proposal that you'll see in May will directly link the public tags to the private tags, so that if there's a decrease in the public tags, that proportional decrease will happen in the landowner tags as well. So that's not in this year's recommendation, but if our proposal passes the way the committee recommended it, we will begin doing that next year.
Okay, we'll begin doing it that next year, but we haven't done it in the past.
We haven't, no, that's been a set number of 600. It's been that way for 20 years.
Yeah. Well, so the landowner tags have remained the same while the public draw tags have been dropped on the Beaver unit by 2/3.
Now, but that cuts both ways. There were times in 2014, 2015, 2016 where we were increasing tags significantly on the Beaver unit, and there was no increase on the private side.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to see that it'll be looked at differently.
Yeah, they will be linked if the proposal that you'll see in May passes, they'll be, the proportions will stay the same.
And Gene, just one more thing to make sure everybody understands. We don't get to make recommendations like that without having it in a rule that again goes through a public process. Does that make sense? So I feel sometimes like we're being held to a question or a standard that we can't just adjust those or take those away or move those because we want to. And if the agency ran that way, I mean, there are already a lot of people that are frustrated with us, but if we did whatever we want, whenever we wanted, there'd be way more people frustrated too. So we are bound by rule, management plans, state law. And when you see something from us, that's what it comes from. And if there's frustration with that, then let's work on the process. But what we present at this meeting are public draw permits.
Thank you. I do think that was really good clarification. And also just to point out that we will be discussing that the landowner rule in May. I would hope that there's a lot of discussion on that. I think there's a lot of people interested in that. So that'll be interesting to see what comes forward and where it ends up. Go ahead, Austin.
One more question on the harvest surveys. Now that we're getting down to general season units that have very low amount of tags, like sub 1,000 tags on a lot of these in our region, I feel like when we're talking about how many bucks are going to be post hunt, how many are going to be on the landscape, how many bucks we're actually taking becomes a more important number. And I want to say last time we talked about harvest surveys, they were pretty low. Is that correct? And do we feel, are we going mandatory harvest reporting? I'll just say that on general season deer, and why not now?
Yeah, so this is something that we've frankly pushed back on for years and said, no, we're a random sample. We can project, it's good enough. And the truth is, in a lot of cases, it probably is. And we also live in a time where we can do this. So I will tell you, we are headed that direction. Absolutely. Like, we're headed the direction where everybody gets a harvest survey postseason. It's going to take some rule changes to make it mandatory. But my goal is by this fall that we're surveying everyone. And then also in the fall that we're putting in place the rule change to make it mandatory moving forward. So yeah, we're headed that direction, Austin. You know, at the end of the day, where's Jay at? At the end of the day, the buck-doe ratios still drive a lot of this. So harvest survey is just additional data. But, and I feel like we're at a time where it's time to make the change. You know, we've been kind of waiting for e-tagging and hoping that played out. There's been some complications, but this is a change that we're going to work hard on these next few months and work to implement.
So I have to ask, with that little "where is Jay," what would the response been if the director wasn't in the room, Kobe?
Oh, no, I get a drink every time I say at the end of the day. And so I wanted to make sure I was going to get my drink.
Just to follow up to that, I don't know that I've ever got a general season harvest survey, but are we doing tooth age samples on any random sampling of general season deer? And does the survey tell us if they shot a yearling buck or if they shot a 4-point buck and estimated age, or is there any of that data? I guess when it comes back and says we killed 600 deer, what did we kill on general season? What should we assume from that?
So age class of deer, we've collected through check stations spread across the state. Now, we avoided you on purpose with harvest surveys because of who you are. But no, I'm just kidding. I understand the thought and the sentiment. Like it's with the current technology, it's frustrating. And I think, you know, statistics are one thing, but I think people, it's a comfort thing too. People feel more comfortable knowing that everybody's being asked if they harvested. So there's going to be frustration in our rule. If you don't complete a mandatory harvest survey, it's in statute. There's a fee, you know, and before you apply, you have to pay that fee. So Lindy is the other person. She's online right now. And Lindy, is there anything that I missed on this or anything that you want to clarify?
No, you've got right. There's, you know, just remember when we go mandatory, there's a $50 late fee for those that don't comply with it. And that is, like Kobe said, that is a statute fee to change that amount. But Kobe and I are working towards it to get this in place because this is what the public wants to do.
And frankly, if there's no penalty in the form of a fee, it's not really mandatory. So this makes it so that it actually works. Theoretically, we'll see.
Go ahead, Tim.
So quick question, and I just for clarification. So the only thing that is mandatory is limited entry.
Limited entry, once in a lifetime, and antlerless, we send it to everybody. Yeah. So, but Lindy, correct me if I'm wrong. Antlerless is not mandatory, but everybody gets sampled.
Correct. Yeah, it's a non-mandatory survey that they can go onto their profile and fill out, but we don't require it. And we, you know, get some back, but we don't get everyone that, draws and they don't submit their data.
And honestly, Austin, from a biologist perspective, that's the antlerless one is the one that we're probably more excited to get mandatory. We've also started to age a lot of our antlerless elk populations to look at age structure, which is super interesting. So.
All right, any more questions from the RAC?
Chair, Bart has a question.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bart.
Hi, my question was on, do you use the 3-year average, the buck to doe average, to determine whether you're going to raise recommended permits? Because looks in the Fillmore and the Panguitch that's not the case. And just curious why in those two instances.
Yeah, so Bart, just to answer the question, then I'll let Kyle talk specifically about Panguitch Lake, but we use a lot of things. We use the 3-year average. We use the trend. We look at the last year and weigh that pretty heavily. We look at adult survival and we look at fawn survival and recruitment. So we weigh all 5 of those things and then we predict based on harvest what we should be at postseason. And on the Panguitch Lake, we made some pretty steep cuts and overshot the buck doe ratio. So we know we've got to increase a bit or else we're going to end up further and more out of accordance with the plan. Kyle, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, no, Kobe said everything I was going to say. When we redid the mule deer plan in 19, we also agreed to not look just at our 3-year average, but more at survival rates. And that's what the Panguitch is. I went from 3,400 permits in 2017 to 1,200 last year. And I guess I have to own up a little bit to that. I probably overshot a little bit on my reduction. And we went from last year at a 13 bucks per 100 doe to almost 21 in the last year. So it responded very well to the cuts. And I was also conservative with the increase. So with average success this fall and with survival data that's probably pretty low that I feel like what we're going to see this year, I bet you we're going to be 21 to 22 bucks postseason this year on the Panguitch.
And thank you. And I don't think overshot is fair. I think you had the tools to make a really aggressive recommendation and did. And for years, like, let's just be honest, we knew that the public process was going to cut permits. So we would make a recommendation where we'd come through and cut a little bit. And when that was a little higher, knowing that it was going to get cut through the public process. And when we rewrote the plan, we said, we're done with this. We don't want to play this game anymore with the public, where we recommend a little bit, hedging our bets, knowing, we said, we just want to make the honest, best recommendation we can and bring it through the public process. And that allows us to defend it more easily. It's the best recommendations we can make according to the plan.
Anything more, Bart?
That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Bart. Additional questions? Okay, let's open it up to the public. Just a reminder, after questions from the public, we'll take comments from the public, but you must fill out a comment card to come forward. During questions, we want to limit them to questions. If you get into comments, I'll cut you off and ask you to come back during the comment period. We'll go ahead and take questions from the public. And please come to this mic here in the center.
Yeah, my name's Donnie Hunter. On the Panguitch unit, we've had our buck to doe ratio on the west side and the east side has always been, there's been quite a gap. And sometimes the west side pushes that buck to doe ratio up where you got a higher average and we're offering more tags because of that. What, are I right in?
Yeah, you're definitely right there. We kind of have 2 herds on that unit. That west side summers, and then they'll go down on the Parowan front. And a lot of those deer on the east side, they'll either migrate down to the Zion or the Poncegat, and some will stay. And the east side of the unit is a lot more accessible. It doesn't have much private land, a lot of roads. You get a lot more hunting pressure on the east side, or the west side, those deer during the hunt, they're somewhat inaccessible on private ground, steeper terrain. So it just gets hunted a little harder, a few more bucks harvest. So their postseason, there usually is a higher buck to doe ratio on the west side versus the east side of the unit.
Sure. And we've got some things in our plans, haven't we, to maybe help that situation?
Yeah, I definitely think there could be some things done to help.
It's been going on for a long time, so we probably need to look at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Hi, my name's Garth Jensen. On the Pine Valley, I had a question, like on as far as the model that you're using to recommend the permits now versus say 3-4 years ago, when we started that early season hunt. I know a lot of feedback we got at these RAC meetings was don't increase the permits when we were recommending permit increases for the Pine Valley. Now it seems like there's more an aggressive approach because you're using different data and you can adjust that. Because I know back then it sounded like that the buck to doe ratio was high, so you had to manage for buck to doe ratios, and it called for permit increases. So now we're having a big permit reduction. Is that because you're using different language like your fawn to doe ratios, your survivability, and not just the buck to doe ratio?
It allows us to be more proactive, I would say. It allows and less reactive, if that makes sense.
So is that right? Am I thinking about it right? Did we have to increase permits because at that time we had a high buck to doe ratio?
So
and we
even
weren't
if you,
looking at it?
yeah, even if you would have been doing it this way, then it would still would have been recommending an increase because you were sitting at 24 bucks per 100 does with 60 fawns per 100 does and pushing it every year. You know, it was four over for several years. So 2 to 4 over.
Okay, so that's why now there's a huge decrease. I mean, obviously there's been drought and things like that, but you said if you were using the same model you did then, you would still have the same permit reductions now?
No, not the same permit reductions, but we would have had
Okay.
the same increases probably. Would have pushed through the same increases. The reduction, if you were just looking at 3-year average and 16
Right.
is your last year, it wouldn't have triggered as much of a cut.
Okay.
Right? So this is more of just to annually manage to that buck doe ratio. That's it.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Any additional questions from the public? All right, we'll go to our,
Maybe should have just left Garth up there.
yeah, you want to come back up, Garth? And then next will be Russell Todd.
So basically my comment is, I feel like, well, you kind of addressed some of it where you talked about the private landowner tags that we have for the different units. And it looks like you noticed an issue with the fluctuating tag permits, and didn't seem like it probably came off as fair to have the same amount of permits for private landowners as it did when they were adjusting the draw. Well, it seems like we're coming to a head on lifetime license holders. And I know people hate to bring this up, but when you had the Thousand Lakes turned into a general season unit from a limited entry unit, everyone flocked to that unit. And it got to the point where there was hardly anybody that could draw a tag in that unit without 10, 11 points. Now we're seeing a shift to Pine Valley. And now that we've got 1,700 permits, we're going to have probably 500 lifetime license holders grab out of that pot. So realistically, by the time you get done taking out lifetime license holders, 20% for youth, you're probably under 1,000 permits for the public that go into the draw for the Pine Valley, realistically. So I guess what I'm saying is I think that's probably something that needs to be addressed instead of kicking that can down the road. Because sooner or later, we might run into the issue where maybe everyone wants a Dutton tag. Well, there's not enough Dutton tags to go around for lifetime license holders. And now we're in a bad spot. So I guess that's my comment is probably need to address that sooner than later and figure out something to do with that.
Thanks, Garth. Russell. And then next would be,
Nope, that's it.
no, okay, that's it for this subject.
So those are the only 2 comment cards we have for this agenda item. If you have a comment, get me a card because otherwise we're going to move on to the next topic.
Okay, I'm Russell Todd. I'm representing Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife, SFW. And I'd just like to say thank you to the board, first of all, for your time. We know this takes a lot of time and effort, and the division for their efforts too. Do you want me to address one unit at a time? Is that how you?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question. So right now we're doing the buck deer permits.
Yes.
We'll do elk, then we'll do once in a lifetime.
Yeah,
So right now,
buck-
just buck on all units.
On all units, okay. So the division is recommending an increase of permits on the Fillmore general season buck unit of 200 permits to 1,400. SFW recommends cutting permits by 200 for a total of 1,000 permits. They're showing the 3-year average buck to doe ratio is still at 17 under objective of 18 to 20. On the Beaver unit, the division is recommending cutting from 1,400 to 1,200 on the Beaver. SFW recommends a cut of 400 for a total of 800 permits. Again, showing the 3-year average of being very low at 14 with the objective to be 18 to 20. The Penguich Lake, the division recommends to increase by 500 permits. SFW feels that we should only do 250. The 3-year average to the buck doe ratio is low at 16, and the unit objective is 18 to 20. We understand last year's buck to doe ratio made a big jump, but we don't feel that we need to make that big of a jump. And the Fillmore Oak Creek, this is limited entry. We feel that no tag increases should be made on that unit. And there was a recommendation on the Pine Valley unit. The SFW does not support harvesting any does at this time on the Pine Valley. And I would say, these recommendations are done by individuals that live in the unit, that, this is their backyard and this is what they feel would be a proper recommendation. So take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. All right, we'll move to comments from the RAC. Let me just make a quick, okay, we have one more card
I thought
coming
you
up.
were going to go on to elk. You're going to go on to elk later?
Yeah, elk's next.
Well, I'd like to talk about deer before we go to elk, but is now the time or later?
If you want to talk about deer, now's the time.
My name is Garth Carter and I'm representing myself. I'm really conflicted with a lot that's going on. And what I don't see, what I've heard I think I've heard it for the first time is our deer numbers are down by the division. I don't think I've been to a meeting before. Everything I've heard in the past is we're objective, management objective, which when you say management objective, the lay person thinks you're where you want to be with the deer population. And that's not true. You're not at carrying capacity. Carrying capacity is the amount of animals that can be on the range year after year without hurting the range. You're not even at 10% of carrying capacity, but you never use those words. And you never discuss in these meetings, you never discuss how to bring the deer back. It's all about the buck to doe ratio. You can have, and your sample sizes, I'll get in that in a minute. Your buck to doe ratio, you could count 50 deer, but if you got 20 bucks per 100 does out of that, then you're going to have a big hunt. It's not about the number of deer, it's about a ratio. It doesn't make sense. When you don't adjust, when you don't include and manage for the mortality factors, and I never hear that. This group and the division ought to be talking about the mortality factors the same time we're talking about hunter mortality factors. What can we do to bring our deer back if you're below carrying capacity, which we are? We've spent millions and millions of dollars on habitat work, and we've done hundreds of thousands of acres, and we have probably less than 5% utilization on our browse. But we talk about a ratio of 15 bucks, and your sample sizes. When I worked for the division in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, we had to have a sample size of 200 does before we had a buck to doe, a valid buck to doe sample size or a valid buck to fawn. I'll bet you don't have 200 does on any of yours. It just frustrates me because we're going down the same road. We're cutting tags and we're cutting tags because, justifiably, because we have less deer. Now what we do is a kid's going to get a tag as a youth. He's not going to get another tag till he's 25. We don't have to worry about the non-hunters and the anti-hunters putting us out of business. We're putting ourselves out of business. When our children and our grandchildren can't have the opportunity to hunt and to see animals, they're going to go snowboarding. They're going to go to their devices. We are putting ourselves out. One of the biggest problems is the bears and cougars are not managed by the same group. They're your biggest mortality factors that you can do something about. But this group doesn't manage those.
Garth, that's time. Thank you.
Good enough.
All right. Any additional comments we didn't get cards for? Okay. Let's turn it over to comments from the RAC. What I was starting to say is, as we've done in the past, what I would suggest is once we get ready to make motions, let's make motions on individual adjustments to units. And then once we go through each of those and have a chance to look at them individually, then we'd make a motion to accept the remainder as presented. That way it doesn't end up getting lumped in without walking through them. So comments from the RAC. Go ahead, Vernon.
I agree with the last speaker to a degree. You know, you can't, you're looking at two different things. You're looking at numbers on the landscape and you're looking at a ratio. And it's hard to make the ratio work as far as numbers, but as far as carrying capacity, the rains last summer really helped. You know, when you asked me last fall if I thought the deer were getting enough to eat, and yeah, they were, and now they're fat and they're I'm sure they're pregnant, and if things keep going up, get some rain, it'll be great. But even though a lot of those projects have been done, a lot of times there's no water to go with it. And those projects are just winter range. And so there's a lot of factors. And then when it comes to carrying capacity, as far as the deer, they're down because there hasn't been carrying capacity during this drought. And we see it in the livestock, we see it not so much in the elk, but that's something that we can't really do much about. It's Mother Nature and it's the drought. So, but yeah, I think there's some flaws in the system, but every time we try to tell them we need to change it, they come up, you know, it's in legislation. This is how it's got to be done. And so basically our hands are tied a lot of times.
Go ahead, Austin.
All right, I got a few comments. First of all, applying for hunts in Utah before we have the tag numbers is a total disaster. And this year is a perfect example of that. Luckily, there is hope for next year to have tag numbers recommended before we apply. So here's fingers crossed that works. Timing. I've questioned my participation on the RAC a lot over the last couple of years as I got into this process, and I enjoy it. But honestly, there's a lot better things that I'd like to be doing on all these nights that I spend at committees and driving and listening and researching and reading comments. That's really neat, but I want it to have merit. And so as I think about what is the point of a regional advisory council, I really want the division and the public to get behind our RAC and say, this is what we want to do in our region, and we expect to be given a voice at the wildlife board level and at the state level for what we want to live with. A couple of years ago, we tried to push a higher buck to doe objective on the Pine Valley. We got shut down at the board level. I really want to go back to let the region sink or swim with how they want to do it. The cash unit is nothing like the Pine Valley. Not even close. Might as well be in a different country. So I really want the public and the RAC to be able to say, this is what we're okay with. This is what the biologists say, and we're going to get behind them, and we're going to sink or swim this year. And if we're going to take the tag cuts, we're going to take it together. But I don't think the northern region should be the only ones talking about Pine Valley. We need to talk about it, and we need to make the decision. So I appreciate all the data that you've shared with us. I want it to be more specific for our region, because I don't want to sit here and just be agreeable with whatever the division says. If we're not biologists, I don't understand all the data you share with me. I can't wrap my head around it, and I don't study it every day. But if we're going to represent, like I represent the public, I intend to bring, this is what the public wants, this is what my comments say, and we're going to fight you for it. And we're not going to be agreeable. We're going to go say, we want the cuts, let's do it, and let's vote and move on. But I really want everyone to hear that I need your comments and I need participation if we're going to make this system work. Otherwise, this is just another stop along the division's tour of the state, if you will, and I don't want it to be that.
Thanks, Austin. Tammy.
I guess we ought to go just on down the road. I want to make a couple of comments on this. I agree with you, Austin. You asked way more questions than the rest of us combined. And it was my job to shut you down tonight, but that's okay. You were asking good questions. Some of the comments that I always say, the landowner permits are there for a purpose. Landowners have probably give more than anybody as far as providing water, providing access to the fields or a property or whatever else. And always the livestock permittees and those people that are maintaining the water rights, the water access areas, the riparian areas, the fencing, all of that goes towards the health of the wildlife in general. I don't think there's, well, I shouldn't speak for everybody, but as far as a landowner or a permittee, I would much rather have a larger deer herd than I would, of course, horses or elk. So I still think that there's a huge impact on the mule deer from the elk. I think that's a lot of the driving force. I don't, at least in my life, these guys probably, that came in from Beaver County would attest to that as well. But, I've been on the range for 40 years now down here in Beaver County, and I've seen a drastic reduction in the deer herds specifically. And I agree with Garth on numbers in general. I'm not sure that the management objective, the ratio, I've never quite, I understand it, but the numbers itself, we've lost our deer herd compared to what we had back when I was a kid. And so I'm not sure how we accomplished that, but there's a lot of impact. The drought's made a huge impact on permittees, on the landscape in general. And I think the only thing it hasn't impacted is the horses. They just seem to flourish no matter what. But anyway, I'll shut up.
I think, number one, the drought, you think we just keep blaming it on the drought, but this is a drought. If we'd had good moisture the last 3 years, we wouldn't be in this situation. You think back to 15, 16, I felt like Southern Utah was at its carrying capacity because we were, I mean, in the hayfields and everywhere else, we was getting overrun. I mean, you know, so I agree with Austin. I hope we can get the draw or the permitting process moved back to after this meeting, because I feel like one hunt that needs to be done away with, which is going to be hard to do because people have already put in for it. It's that late muzzleloader hunt on the Pine Valley. A few years ago when they instituted, they killed some nice deer on that, and there's no big deer left now, so.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Go ahead, Gene.
I've mellowed out a bunch in this last year, and the reason I have is because I took 2 ride-alongs with biologists, and I learned a lot and found out that they're pretty good hands at figuring this stuff out. When I was young, they used to run advertisements in the outdoor magazines. Beaver Mountain had the largest mule deer herd in the world. And in those days, we had one 11-day hunt. There was red. We didn't use orange then, but there was red on every damned rock on the landscape. We killed a lot of deer. We killed them with rifles with open sights and damn cheap scopes. And we shot a lot of bullets among all those people that were sitting on every rock in the landscape. It was pretty wild, but it was just one 11-day hunt. And people ask me, well, what's changed on the beaver since the big herds that you knew and what's now? I said, the 2 things that I can point to that's changed on the beaver, there was no freeway and there was no elk.
Thanks, Gene. Additional comments? Go ahead, Austin.
So I'll make this comment a little more specific. So I've looked at the general draw sequence of how that's going to work and what these tag numbers actually do when we cut, like the Pine Valley, for example. And I find a lot of public that I've talked to don't understand the draw of how that's going to work. But what it's going to turn into is lifetime license holders get their permits first. So they come right off the top of our quota, which on average is about 500 tags in the Pine Valley alone. So if we approve 1,700 and we go down to 1,200 right out of the gate, and then we're going to have our 15% for dedicated hunters. However, we're running off the old quota. So for 2022, if we approve this, there will only be 1 dedicated hunter permit per residence and 1 for non-residents, and that's it, which is the baseline. So there's a lot of guys holding the bag now that applied for dedicated hunter in Pine Valley because they will not draw in. And then you trickle down to youth and everything else. And as there was a comment before, we're going to be looking at under 1,000 public draw permits for the Pine Valley. So it's a drastic cut for everybody, more so than it just looks on the numbers. So I think as a RAC, we need to talk about these specific comments that have come in by unit and say, are we okay with that or not? The comments I received, the majority says they're okay with the Pine Valley cuts. They'll stand behind the biologist and we're going to ride this out and see. But realize that there may be an increase when it jumps back, right? Like we're seeing now. And I know it's really easy to cut tags in these meetings because a lot of people who speak out want an opportunity at a big buck and they want to see 4 points. And so maybe we're okay cutting until you don't have the opportunity to hunt. It's going to feel a lot different. And the Pine Valley is trending up to be just as hard as a limited entry to draw. But I think everybody's okay with this cut for this year, and that's really all we can change. Comments on the Beaver, making a bigger cut. I think we need to address that as a RAC if we're going to go with that, and same with Penguich Lake of not jumping up the increase by 500. If anybody else has comments on that.
Let me comment to those, Austin. I agree. I think I've had overwhelming support to go with the division's numbers on Pine Valley. That drastic of a cut makes me nervous. That's a lot of opportunity, as you just outlined. But it does feel like that's what the public wants and also what the biologist recommends. On the Beaver, I am concerned that the additional cut there didn't take into account the previous year's cuts. If you look over the past several years, the Beaver has had drastic cuts. I'd be much more hesitant to go along with that recommendation on the Beaver. I think we've cut, if I remember correctly, over the last 5 years, we've cut over, if the recommendations go as presented, we'll cut close to 60% of tags on Beaver. So it's similar to Pine Valley. The other one, I don't know that I can speak to Penguich Lake as well. So I maybe will hold off on that. One additional comment I want to make, and I'm processing this one a little bit. I want to back up to Garth's comments, and it's something that I've thought about a lot, especially coming into this RAC and with the discussion we've had the last year on trail cameras. And I think it's kind of the same. We spend a lot of time and energy on issues that don't increase the deer herd. Does and fawns increase the deer herd. And I think that's a fair comment. But right now we're talking about how many bucks do we want to kill? And I think it is important to separate that in our mind. However, I probably share some of that frustration that maybe we aren't spending the time talking about what can we do to actually impact the herds. Just a comment. Bart, sorry.
No, that's what I get for being at home. No, I think I generally agree with a lot of the comments that were there, especially Austin's comments about, getting feedback. I definitely would appreciate if the local community would provide more feedback directly to me so that I can advocate for it. I understand, I think I understand how the division makes their recommendations, but it does seem that we chase the numbers on some of these units when we're good this year, let's just increase or let's just decrease, or we should be looking at those long-term trends. Because at the end of the day, whether we talk body fat, mortalities, things like that, it's what's on the landscape that's there when we count that matters, right? Those other factors decide what causes mortality, what's, health of the herd, but, what is there? That's the truth. That's where the rubber meets the road. And so I don't think we should be chasing these numbers. Hey, we're good this year, let's ramp it up. Let's ramp up the permits, or we're bad this year, let's ramp down the permits, because we look at those long-term trends. That's my comment, kind of repeating what I said in my question. So, thanks.
Thanks. Additional comments, go ahead, Vernon.
We're talking about these lifetime permits. When did we stop issuing those? 94. Do you know how many in the state? You probably don't know who all died.
Lindy, how many lifetime permit holders do we still have?
We have around 4,000 that get a deer permit throughout the state.
All right. So when you're calculating 500, that's just
what
pull the number.
last year.
Oh, okay, last year. All right. Yeah, that's what I needed to know. I moved back to Utah in '88 and didn't know that I could get a lifetime permit till it was too late, but it's okay.
I hope my dad's not listening, but some of us had better parents than others. I missed out too, Vernon.
Yes, Tammy, thank you. That was one thing that Braden and I were just discussing, we forgot to do the review of the online comments. If you don't mind, I'll do that now.
Yes, please do.
So on this agenda item, our topic, we had 39 comments through the online process. Of those, about 60% agreed with, in general, with the division's recommendations. So that leaves about 40% that either, there was only 5% that were neutral. So you had about a 60-40 split overall. As I read through all of the comments, it's very similar to what we heard tonight. There was a general appreciation for the cuts on the Pine Valley. There was some frustration over the Beaver unit. Some comments on the Penguich Lake. Some people expressing frustration over, how many permits are being cut just because of the lack of opportunity and how difficult it's going to be to draw a tag. But as Braden and Austin said, in terms of their personal comment, the online comments pretty well mirrored what we've heard here tonight and the comments that you guys have had offline. But in general, about a 60-40 split in terms of support and not support.
Gene, go ahead.
I could go out and enjoy the Penguich Lake unit or any of the other units just as much without going there to hunt deer. But to tell you the truth, if there isn't a tag in the family, I'm not going to get there. And so we need to keep the hunt going. We need to keep the hunters going. The deer population will go up and down. I think that there's some movement that we need to recognize that hunters are being a little selective and letting some of the young bucks go. I know that Tammy's outfit does that. My outfit this year let them go. The cougars have to have something to eat. And I think that's a thing that's coming along that we need to be aware of, that we can put the tags out there and there's people that's going to let those young bucks go and go home without pulling their tags.
Any additional comments? Are we ready to go ahead, Nick?
I'm going to take a stab at saying this. I'm not sure how it'll come out, but the comment that I have is that I think that subjective comments should count. I think we take them into account, but when we rival those against science, we sometimes tend to lose out. What I'm trying to say is somebody that's hunted an area for the last 40 years, they've hunted a unit, and they're saying there aren't any deer on the hill. They probably know what they talk about. And I'd like to be able to think that when we do things like tag reduction, that we might consider that as well as all the science. The science is important. So when I saw all the comments and I saw more people agreeing, with cuts, I think in this particular time period than I've seen before. And so I think the majority of the hunters go along with the cuts that we're making. I just don't know how much they weigh against the science. And maybe somebody could explain that a little more to me.
All right, thanks, Nick. I think perhaps we're ready to start looking at recommendations on individual units. If anyone wants to make a motion or several motions.
I'll make a motion then, going along with what Nick said. I think relying on the biologist, relying on the division is great, and we're going to continue to do that. But to your point, those guys that are actually out there hunting, if the only thing we can manage is buck deer permit numbers, that's about all we can decide on. We need to make it a hunt that the public is okay with, our constituents that we represent are okay with. And that's about all we can do. So I'll make a motion that for no increase on the Fillmore general season permits, no increase on the Plateau Boulder Comparowitz general deer unit, and only an increase of 250 on the Penguin Lake general deer.
Sorry, we have a motion by Austin. Do we have any seconds?
I second.
All right, I think Nick was maybe first to the mic on that one. So second by Nick. Any additional discussion on that motion?
Yeah. Let me review the motion and make sure I got it right. So Austin, the motion is to have no increase in permits on the Fillmore, the Boulder, the Plateau Boulder, and then only reduce the increase on the Penguin Lake from 500 to 200. 250?
I thought you said 250.
That's why we're reviewing this, because I was typing stuff earlier. Okay.
Any additional discussion?
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure I agree with those. Like, I looked back at further back in the data at the permits, and, on Fillmore at 1,400, we're still only at 60% of what we were in 2018. On the Penguin Lake unit, we're still at, here, I got to get my glasses on. At 1,700, we're just over half of what we were in 2018. And on Plateau Boulder, we're still at about 60% of what we were. So those numbers are still, compared to what we've done in the past, are still only, or almost half what they were. And so, I mean, when I put that in perspective, I kind of think that maybe we're providing some opportunity without too much risk. So I guess that's where I sit.
Thanks, Chuck. Additional discussion? Go ahead, Gene.
I pretty much agree with that. And as Kobe emphasized at the beginning, we're not just using the reactive way that we've done it in the past, but the biologists have been looking at real data now, and so I'm inclined to go with the biologist's recommendations on this one tonight.
Thanks, Gene. All right.
I'll comment a little bit to that on why these are just from comments that came in from constituents, and some of them are splitting the difference of their request as well, rather than all the way down, splitting it halfway for a happy medium. I realize it is lost opportunity, and it's nowhere near where we were a few years ago, but I will say on those units, I know firsthand the deer herd is nowhere near where it was at the same time. So hunter satisfaction, I feel like we don't survey it well, but it does come into play, and we need to consider what that experience is.
Go ahead, Gene.
I'll agree pretty much with what you said. We've got a little difference of opinion. I don't think that it's going to be terribly wrong if we go with what Austin's motion is, or if we go with what the biologists are. I don't think either way is going to ruin the whole management plan. Just that I lean the other way.
Okay. I think we're ready to take a vote. Oh, Berlin, go ahead.
It seems like we've all got our pet peeves on our hunting spots, but that Boulder Plateau is a prime example of what we talked about earlier. It's, your buck to doe last year was 21. I think that's low from what I've seen around my place, but so it's high, so that says we need to hunt more bucks. The problem is, and what we talked about is the deer herd is low in numbers. So, but like was talked about in the presentation, you don't have to have a big buck to breed those does. The young bucks will do just fine. And so that's the thing we got to keep in mind, that even if we kill, and this is bucks, this is not anything, it's not an antlerless hunt or anything, but you could kill that many and still have enough to cover your does, and hopefully with some rain, you'll get an increase in the herd.
I think that's well said, Vernon. Thank you. I think we are ready to go to a vote on this. We've got a motion and a second. Kevin, do you want to read that motion one more time so we're clear?
Okay, so the motion, and I've reworded it a little bit to make it a little more clear. No permit increases on the Fillmore and Plateau Boulder units, and reduce the increase from 500 to 250 permits on the Panguitch Lake unit. Is that correct?
All right. Let's go ahead and do this by raise of hands. I think with just one person online, Bart will watch out for your votes. We catch you. But all in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? So it passes, what is that?
6-2.
7-2. All right, so we've got a motion on 3 of the units. Is there any additional motions we want to make on the additional units? And I guess any other units? We can make motions on central we'd like, so. That's no jab, Kevin. There's no jab there. I think we should increase
I
all
think there
central
was.
units to the highest buck to doe ratio. That would be my motion. Any additional motions we want to make before we accept the remainder as presented? Go ahead.
Just a quick question. As far as addressing lifetime license process, general season and limited entry, all of that, is that legislation? Does anything need to come from this point as a recommendation from the RAC, or should we stay out of that at this point?
So there is legislation in place about lifetime license holders, and Lindy can probably speak to that better than I can. But if the RAC wants to make a motion to ask us, I mean, you can ask us to look into things or to do whatever. But there is legislation that is in legislation. Lindy, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, so it is a statute that says they're entitled to a general season deer permit. Now, how we allocate them is in rule, so you can definitely have us look into it. But in statute, it does say that they are entitled to a general season deer permit.
So Austin, I guess a comment I'd make there, and I've made this comment before, as a RAC, we make recommendations to the Wildlife Board. They're the ones that put into action. And so I do think as a RAC, we take the opportunity to pass what we'd like the board to consider. And I don't think we need to be too cautious on limiting that, because we are not making policy. We're simply requesting the board to consider it.
And with all due respect, I'm not sure that the Wildlife Board has ever approved anything we've recommended. So I think it's pretty wide open. No offense, Wade. Donnie.
Hey, just to be clear on this last one, they went with Austin's recommendation on cougars that he'd been pushing.
Well, predator's a different issue. So. So here's my question and statement and all of that altogether, I guess, on the landowner permits, what are you calling it? The ones that always have the
Lifetime license holder.
license. There's no kind of a split or quota on them on any particular unit. It's just open, first come, first serve kind of thing, right?
Yes, so lifetime license holders, whatever they apply for is the first thing that comes off the top on each unit. If Lindy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the way the process works.
Nope, you've got it, Kevin. They're the first ones that get taken off the top of the quota. So they get we've never had issues where lifetime license holders have taken up, all of the quota for a unit. It's only just been the recent couple of years where, like Pine Valley, where they take not a good chunk, but a higher percentage than what they normally do. Usually lifetime guys take about 5% to 8% of the quota.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that Thousands Lakes, it was almost exclusively lifetime license holders.
Back in the day, it was, but they've kind of mellowed down. But it's still good chunk go to lifetime guys on the Thousand Lakes.
So I think the concern still is valid, where we're getting our tags so low in some of these units. I think it's a legitimate discussion.
So my recommendation or proposal, whatever you want to call it, is no different than like your dedicated hunter or your percentage of non-resident. I think that we should assign some sort of a percentage to, of each unit that can only be allowed to those lifetime permit holders or something to that effect, or at least bring that into the discussion at some point.
I'm going to ask you to say it one more time in the form of a motion, if that's what you want to do.
Oh. Yeah, what I said in a form of a motion.
What you said was not a motion.
How about Tammy?
You got to clean that up.
Tammy, let me try to put that into motion language for you.
Please do.
That we ask that the Southern RAC asks the division to evaluate the fairness of how lifetime licenses are allocated, because that's the sandbox that we can play in, is how they're allocated. We can't, by statute, they're set, they can get a permit. Does that sound like what you said? Okay.
Kevin, can we add a survey in there? Let's survey the lifetime guys. Let's ask them what they want to do, where they're at, their regions, all of that. I feel like we could use more data on what they expect and what they want.
My suggestion here, let's keep the motion as concise as we can. Again, we're asking the board to look at this. And so I think if we keep the motion as concise as we can, if you can add some wording to the survey, but let's keep it as concise as we can. And then we can communicate with the board what we're asking there. We happen to have the chair here, and I'm sure he will take this and run with it.
This wasn't on the agenda.
No, this is not on the agenda. You're correct, but
You're making a motion without public.
I would, Garth, I would suggest that this motion, again, we aren't passing policy. We're asking from the RAC, we're asking the board to look at this in regards to the buck permits, which is on the agenda. So I think we're within parameters here. I guess what I would say is, would it be out of line to allow some public input here? I don't know that I'm opposed to that.
I mean, it's not following process, but if you'd like to take some, good. Let me read the motion as I've interpreted it to make sure that it fits what you're asking. Ask the DWR to evaluate the fairness of how lifetime licenses are allocated and survey lifetime license holders to get a better feel of what they expect from their, does that capture what you were asking for too, Austin? Okay.
Do you know what I'm going to suggest here, Garth? I'm going to suggest communication directly to the board on this. Again, we're asking the board to consider our recommendation. And I would just ask maybe to direct communication there is, I think, maybe the best way to approach that.
I second.
Okay, so this motion has a first, or this motion was made by Tammy and it was seconded by Verland.
Craig first.
Yeah, actually, I think Craig was first. So any additional discussion on this one? Okay, again, let's vote. We'll do it by raise of hands. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. All right, any additional motions on the remaining units?
I move that we accept the remainder of the general season buck deer and limited entry buck deer as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Austin to accept the remainder as presented and a second by Verlin. Additional discussion on that? All right, again, all in favor? Opposed? Sorry, Bart, you're in favor or opposed? You were late on the draw on both.
I'm in favor.
Great, thank you. So passes unanimously. Thank you. The joys of technology. We got to slow it down just a little bit for you.
There's kind of a
All right.
lag time in the display.
Just that's what you get for living in Kanab.
I
And
know.
dial-up on AOL connection out there. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 5, elk.
Mr. Chair, before we
Oh.
move on, is it okay if I took a second to address something?
Yeah, please do. And then, yes,
just-
please do.
We appreciate these meetings. You know, I've never looked at recommendations as win-lose. It's not our recommendation is a win and anything else is a loss. That's not the way it works. And I appreciate the comments from the public. However, when members of the public or constituents make accusations about our data and assume the number of deer we classify, just as an example, you know, we were accused of having small buck-doe ratios or small sample sizes. And our sample sizes on the Pine Valley are over 2,000 deer. And when I go back through our samples, they're all high and statistically valid and relevant. So if there are questions about our data or what we're doing to grow deer herds, you know, I presented a website tonight that shows cause-specific mortality on most of the populations across the state. We have unlimited mountain lion harvest on most of the deer herds across the state. In addition to habitat work, in addition to coyote control, we have more data and we're doing more to actively manage deer than in the history of the division. You know, I just sat down in a meeting the other day with Guy Wallace, who's worked for us for several years. Guy was here when Garth worked here. And, you know, the changes in technology and the amount of data and good data we have, it's completely different. You know, somebody brought up Jim Karpowitz's study that he did on the Book Cliffs years ago for his master's degree and was asking about the data gain there and what we learned there. And he used VHF collars and we get more data on an individual animal in a day now than Jim was able to get through his whole master's. And that's not a knock on Jim. It's just that we have better tools. And so if there are comments, that's fine. But if there are accusations and concerns about the data or how we manage, I would appreciate at least the ability to address those. And we've presented a lot of this at the RAC and the board meetings, the last board meeting. And if the RAC wants an informational on what we're doing, ask for that. We'd love to come present it again. So thank you.
Corey, thank you. Maybe I'll just leave it at that. Maybe I won't comment. Thank you. I've had a request to take 5 minutes. So let's take a 5-minute break and reconvene. into 10-minute breaks. So let's wrap this up. We still have, I think we've tackled the longest item, but we still have quite a few to go. So let's go ahead and get going again. There's a drinking fountain right there.
And there's a
Vending machine down at this end over here.
All right. We're on to agenda item number 6, which is bull elk and buck pronghorn. I think we'll just move right into questions on this. Let's get some really good questions while Kobe's gone. He's back already. Okay, let's we'll just move right into questions on the elk and the pronghorn. Questions from the RAC.
I got a question. Bull elk, pronghorn. That's where we're at, right? Okay. How is our model for survivability, production, success, and everything for elk if you compared it to deer? I feel like we're getting better with the deer model, or at least you guys have more confidence in it. But where would you say we're at for elk?
So Kent's on here too, and I'll probably ask him to speak to some of this as well. But survival on adult elk is really easy to predict, right? We're starting to learn new things, I think, about calf production, and so when we model elk, they're really tough to model. That's why we do a tentative census every 3 years. Some units model really well, and some units don't model as well. We thought this may be due to egress and ingress, and in some cases it may be, and in other cases.
Speak English.
Okay.
Elk migrating on and off different units.
Good job, Kevin. That's why we keep him here. So, yeah, and in some cases it may be, in other cases we may be over predicting at times or under predicting cow-calf ratios. And some of that is what we're learning is that we've had consistent cow-calf ratios over the years. When you sample in the field, they're highly consistent. When we sampled elk on the Book Cliffs and looked at actual pregnancy rates, it varied a lot based on body condition and age and some other factors. And so with elk, we get our eyes on them every 3 years. We attempt to. And that's how we true whatever errors we have in the model. Kent, what would you add to that, please?
Yeah, light's horrible. Thanks, Covey. The biggest thing I'd add, as Covey said, our survival is really consistent. Every time we've done a study, it's been about 94%. And the variation around that is a bad year, you'll get 92, a good year, you'll get 96. And that seems to hold regardless of what population we're monitoring. The one thing that we're really starting to understand more is that age structure plays a lot into this. Some of these populations we have, Book Cliffs as an example, as well as our desert populations appear to be really old aged populations or relatively old age compared to some of the populations where we've hunted pretty heavily like the Wasatch. So what we're seeing with that is the productivity is a lot less on these older populations. And it doesn't necessarily show up in our preseason calf-cow ratios, but where we do see it is in our pregnancy rates. And we're just starting to understand how variable that is, and trying to incorporate that and get annual data on that is something that we're going to start looking at. We can do that through catching the animal and actually getting it in hand and getting a pregnancy test, or we're able to start doing that looking at GPS color data and the movement of that animal and predicting what the number of elk that were pregnant based on looking at how they move. We can actually tell with pretty good accuracy whether they had a calf or not. So we'll try and incorporate that. But to go back to your main point, Austin, they should be very easy to model. The reality is they haven't been, and we're trying to get an understanding of exactly what variables are causing the issues with modeling them. So no, we don't have a ton of faith, but we do have a lot of faith in our count. So every 3 years, we do get a good estimate of what's there, and we're working on improving that.
I guess I'll follow up with a specific question about that model. So I'm looking at the Beaver and the Penguin Lake, right? And the population estimate from 2020 to 2021 says we lost 25% of the elk. So I say, is it because we finally got a count, so last year's numbers were irrelevant? Or is our model really that messed up? Because I know it wasn't 100% kill on the bull and the cow hunts. So how is our model so much lower this year?
I apologize, Austin. I missed most of your question. Do you mind restating it?
Yeah, so on the Zion, no, I'm just kidding. Okay, so the Beaver and the Penguin Lake population estimates from 2020 to 2021 are 25% lower. That just because we had a count, and so just ignore last year's population? I'm trying to understand how that model works and why it's so up and down on an animal that I'm told doesn't die and is very consistent.
So I think modeling elk populations is hard. Models don't take into account immigration or emigration off of the unit, right? Like if we hunt elk hard on the north end and we push elk somewhere else, the model doesn't account for that unless we have collar data or something else to help us with that. Also, and maybe Covey could talk more to this, we're learning more about reproduction of elk and how different ages can. Did you already talk about this? Oh, gosh.
It sounds
Sorry.
like
I'll
you
pay
guys did a
attention to the meeting.
textbook before you got here and said,
Right.
say this.
I'll pay attention better next time.
Mike, you flew the Beaver this unit, correct? Or this year?
Correct.
Yeah.
It was 1st February.
So yeah, Austin, the reason for the decline is that was a flight and we adjusted it down towards the flight. Why we were over predicting the last couple of years, I can't speak to. Mike, I don't know if you can or not, but as we alluded to, we're trying to address. That's exactly what we're looking at. What was causing the model to over predict? What can we adjust in it, and what variables are blowing it up so that we can fix that and get better data on it. Mike, can you address this? Do you know why? Do you have a best guess as to why we over predicted?
Best guess is maybe we had elk move. I-70's pretty permeable barrier off the north end. A lot of those permits were piled onto the north end. Maybe we moved elk. We show them with collars on the Wasatch and other places that elk respond to heavy pressure. That could be part of it. Maybe we overestimated production. I think that those two things are probably factors that could have done that.
I would actually say that those two things are probably, that's what I was going to say. What we've seen with the drought is that pregnancy rates can vary and have varied. And so that's probably, if I had to point my finger at two things, it would be production and then pressure. Kyle, the penguins, same thing?
Yeah, same thing we've talked about. The last 3 years last year I went down to 475, but I've had 500 plus cow tags on the unit. I think we distributed elk, and same thing was a flight year. I flew the same year that Mike was. And so those were some predicted survival numbers. Like I said, we don't have collars on the Beaver or the Penguin Lake. And so Mike and I, we kind of all made a model together, and those were model numbers of what we were predicting to be, and then flew it. And that's what the actual count was.
So my next question is, can we get like a blue indication on these surveys when you actually fly it and count it, or some indication that this is a flight count and not a model? Or is that?
I actually think that's a really good recommendation. Like, just let the public know this year was a flight year on these units. And when I say we fly every 3 years, we try really hard to fly every 3 years. If it's a poor snow year, you just spend a lot of money and time in the air to get a poor count. And so we do have to wait for conditions, but we always strive to get a flight every 3 years. That's something we can do. That's not hard to say, hey, this is a model number, this is an actual number. And as we get more collars out, the model will true. I mean, that's what's happened with deer. The model's just trued over time, and it's better every year. We can do that with elk. It's going to take a little time.
Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you're pretty confident with your flights, but they really need some snow cover. Is that correct to get a good count? And just kind of logistically walk me through, like if we're on the Panguitch Lake unit, how much time do you spend in the air and how much ground are you covering? And, are you seeing, you're pretty confident with that?
Yeah. So the Panguitch, we flew it was 18.75, almost 19 hours of total air time in the air. And we try and grid stuff out. Most of the time we're flying anywhere from half mile to 3/4 grid patterns. And we fly really well that way. And so we cover, I feel like, the area really well.
Okay, thanks.
Is it all right if I answer that too, just based on my experience? So I had the opportunity to fly this year, and it was very impressive how tight those grids were. They really do go to an effort to cover the land. In the flight that I was on, I don't feel like there were any pockets that we didn't go into or areas that we couldn't see. So there's still a sightability issue, right? They can be huddled up under a tree and you just can't see them. But it was impressive how tight they do fly these units.
Well, and for us, the more accurate the data, the better we are moving forward. There's no incentive at all to have inaccurate data. No matter what we do in almost all situations, sportsmen are going to want more, and there's some conflict with ag where they may want some less, right? And nobody's wrong there. It's not that anybody's bad or wrong, but there's no incentive for us to provide the wrong number either way. So we attempt to have the most accurate survey data we can have.
So I've flown with Jason a couple of different times, and granted it's BLM, it's West Desert, it's out on your place, Gib. It's not for the faint of heart. Honestly, you've got to have a bucket handy possibly, but I told him I couldn't do it this year because we were during the legislative session. But is there any chance that you can pull up that grid just as an example somewhere, even if it was an old one? Because I think what these guys are telling, and I'm just saying, just for fact, what he's saying, there isn't a pocket that you don't. The first time I flew 5-6 years ago, I told Jason, I said, can we count horses too? I'll go with you if we can count horses. So we were doing that, and he sent me a grid with that, and we mapped that all out and had horses, and then every kind of critter that you could see that was, whether it was, sage grouse or something flying or coyotes or eagles, or we were marking everything.
Jason has it here. I'm not sure exactly how we share it. Mike, just hold it in front of the camera maybe? Will that work? It's just on an iPad. Which camera, Mike? Tell us what to do. Oh, you just emailed it to me? Yeah. Yeah.
Because honestly, I think if you show everybody, it makes more sense just to see that grid.
Well, I was going to say, to Austin's point of, highlighting the ones that are actual counts versus modeled counts, and I think supplying a little more information to the public of how do you get these counts. That's all great information.
Yeah, no.
The confidence I had in the counts on elk after flying was significantly higher than my confidence before flying.
If Wade Pass gets online, if you guys aren't nice, we'll make you go on a sheep flight on the Santa Fe. What do you think of that, Wade? That's hours and hours and hours of. So here's an example of flight lines. This is from the Beaver, and I can share my screen and show this. Looks like I might have got out of the meeting. Oh, that's a different one. Whose is that?
That's the
Southwest Desert. But it would look the same. So obviously it's contoured where, there's an elevational gradient that you're usually wasting your time to fly above. But is there anything you'd add to that, Jason? Come up to the mic.
Yeah, I would say on the Southwest Desert, where there isn't a whole lot of elevational, of course, the Indian Peaks Range, the Wawa Range, we're bumping up against snow in the higher elevations, just like we are on other units. And if we fly so high, say up to 9,000 feet, and we're not seeing elk tracks, we're not going to waste our time flying above that. So we're going to stay down below. If it's steeper terrain, we might contour it. If it's more flat terrain, we're doing more gridding. And as Kyle said, we try to keep a interval, to half, 3/4 of a mile or so wide. And we've got several observers seeing out all sides of the helicopter. So, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll jump with another question. Mount Dutton has a recommended increase of 2 permits overall. But then when I look at the distribution on what hunts it's on, I've had constituents reach out to say, this isn't fair. They're taking my archery permits and they're putting them on the rifle hunts. How does that happen? And what determines when we make adjustments? I feel like if it's a proportion, it should move. Everybody gets permits on each weapon, or why are we stealing from one and going to the other?
That's a really good question. So this last year, one of the things that I brought up earlier was the new big game database that we made. Big game database, it goes back to the proportions set in the management plan. So when we talked with the biologists after we set these numbers and said, okay, what reasons did we have for this or that or the other? Do you still have those same concerns? And when we went through and found that they didn't still have a lot of those same concerns for the original split. For example, on the Wasatch, it was a crowding concern. So we moved those weapons out, but we introduced a mid-season hunt on the Wasatch. So with that additional hunt, we didn't have those same concerns. And so we just went back to the planned splits. Now, those splits can be adjusted through this process. If there's concern or frustration, there's an allowance in the plan to change those to allocate to different weapon types. But when the splits were developed, it's try to better mirror the demand for the permits, right?
To go along with that, is that the biologist? Is it fair for me to say the biologist is okay with and recommended these? Or when you went demand, are you now going the licensing route?
So what I'm trying to say is we went back to the recommended splits that was in the management plan that we agreed to and brought through the public process. And when we brought that up, there weren't major concerns over going back to those splits. The plan's 7 years old. They've been changed throughout the plan for one reason or another. And nobody felt like that there was a valid reason to leave them where they were. It was okay to move them back. And if there was an adjustment that needed to be made, it'd be brought up here.
Next question. It's been said, I mean, time and time again, we say, if we harvest bucks, it doesn't hurt the population, right? It's a surplus. That's why we're killing bucks. So I have a question about the Parker Mountain pronghorn hunt. Why is that still closed? I'm trying to remember why we closed it. And if it's just bucks, why is that not a hunt?
There you go. Oh, I'm not sharing it. Do you want to share it?
Yeah, if you could share it.
I'll have to join the meeting. Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
it's fine.
So I just kind of wanted to share part of the story of the history. So this is a graph going back to 2000. Oh, is it up there yet? Do we need to share our screen?
Sorry, I didn't click on that.
Thank you, Kobe. Okay, so pre-2004, we were above our objective, and we were getting around to where we had over 3,000 pronghorn. And so we, through some different things that happened, we decided to bring them down to objective. And so those two lines on the bottom, the red line is the total number of permits we were issuing, and the purple line is the total number we were removing off the unit between captures and permits. And so we started in 2004 to really start to issue a lot of permits, and we were removing a lot of animals. And that kind of peaked. They tried to do it over 5 years, but in that 5-year period, we were having fawn rates in the 70s and 80s. And so they were reproducing. We were taking, in those years, around 900 animals a year off of that unit. And so we were hitting them really, really hard. And that kind of peaked in 2009, where we removed 1,100 animals off of the Parker that year, but between the hunts and trapping them. And so it just kind of have that in mind, that for 5 years, we had tons of pressure, like for that size of a population and that many, I mean, tons of doe permits, tons of buck permits. We hunted them super, super hard to get them down to that objective. And it changed their behavior. And so, and it changed their distribution on the landscape as well. And so kind of fast forward to now where we're at the past couple of years, you can kind of see we've been just below that objective, that we kind of been bouncing there. And as hunters were out there, our success rates were some of the lowest success rates for the limited entry pronghorn. And because we changed our distribution, hunters went from seeing 3,000 animals when they'd get that permit and being out on the Parker. And that's a lot of pronghorn. We have never had another herd in the state that has quite reached what the Parker was. So they're used to, the hunters were used to seeing that many animals on the landscape. We hunted them super hard. We were moving them out as fast as we could. And then you go to now where a lot of them are up in the trees. I saw a doe pronghorn by Lower Bounds Reservoir, which is crazy. There's not pronghorn habitat anywhere near that, but they'll be up in the trees. And so I think it's hunters weren't seeing what they were used to seeing. And so if a certain percentage are up in the trees, and someone who had the tag in 2000 got the tag 2 years ago, they would go out on the Parker Plateau and they probably would only see a handful of pronghorn. Even though we have a lot there, the perception was that they weren't there, and success rates were really low. And through some of the public process, they felt like we needed to try to redistribute those pronghorn from the trees and try to push them back down. And so we've tried that, and it's been somewhat effective. I mean, anytime you're hunting an animal, they're going to respond to pressure. But we also didn't want to put so much pressure that it was a horrible hunt. We didn't want to go from one horrible hunt to another horrible hunt. So it's something we're looking at. We have the pronghorn there, and part of it is it's not like it used to be. And so I think some of that is helping the public understand, and hunters as they draw, that we're not going to manage to 3,000 pronghorn because our objective's at 1,500. And so there's never going to be what people were seeing in the past when they've gotten that permit. And so we're in a different place. We train the pronghorn to be different. I mean, if you think about removing 1,000 animals, we probably removed every dumb animal on the unit. And so you've got really spooky animals that are distributed differently. So we tried to hunt them a little different to redistribute them kind of in their core habitat. And I just kind of wanted to share some of the history of how we got to where we're at. Kobe, did you have anything else to add to that?
No, but when we get done with this, we need to go back to elk, because I misspoke. And this is why I shouldn't speak for biologists on their districts. So we need to correct that. No, does that answer your question on pronghorn?
I think so. It sounds like we're resting the unit and let the coyotes eat them. Is that fair to say?
Fair point.
So Austin, maybe something that's lost in this is we don't have the traditional Parker hunt. We've replaced it with another one. So we are hunting the same population, but in a little bit different way, partially to help move them back into the traditional area.
But Austin makes a fair point too, and that is, this is not a grow the herd thing. This is a redistribute pronghorn thing. So that's a fair point. I think it wouldn't be. Do you want to address the Dutton and the Page?
Verlin had a comment
Yeah,
on it,
Verlin
but-
had a comment on pronghorn before we go back to elk.
I just want to vouch for what you're saying. They're in the trees higher on the mountain, and the hunters' satisfaction's gone down because in the past, they road hunt them, and now you can't. You gotta have a long rifle to pick them off from the road, but we appreciate you getting down to closer to your objective. That 3,000 deal was ugly.
Okay, sorry, Austin, I was a little bit confused there for a second. The reason the Dutton change is the split on the Dutton was changed was 4 years ago. We actually went through the RAC process, but they had recommended we take some permits off of the late hunt and redistribute them. So they were just late hunts that were pulled off and redistributed through the rest of the permits. Yeah.
Got more, Austin?
Yeah, I got one more question about elk. September archery and the hams, we have no management objective for age, is that right? And how do we feel about those hunts? I feel like we've kind of forgotten about them. I know you wanted them any bull units, most of them, but did we do a good job? I don't know what the success was on those.
It depends on the unit. I was looking at success rates on them the other day, and it's like low success was, and it depends on whether it was September archery or hams, but I mean, one of them was like 0% success. Mostly it was like in the low 30s to high 60s, right? So not as successful as a traditional limited entry hunt, not the best limited entry units, something you might expect, and you have a restriction on weapon type. So all of those factors probably contribute to that. There is a written management objective. I did find, rereading the plan, I remember we went back and forth on whether or not to put one in there. It's a very low age objective. They're offering some opportunity in limited entry. It really depends on how we want to go with this. I think this is one of the things that will address this plan of, was this a good idea? Do we like it? I wish we had another year's data, frankly. I wish we had at least 2 years data instead of one when we work through this with the committee. But obviously you'd offer more opportunity if they were general season. I don't know that that's the right decision or the wrong decision, but we're being asked to meet both, meet the limited entry and general season demand. And they're meeting that limited entry gap right now, or helping to.
So while we're on that subject of the hams, can I ask you what the success rate on the new unit out on, I don't even know what you call it, but out on Frisco? Because that would have been like in the middle of our range. I know that we saw a huge amount of traffic. I know there wasn't that many tags out there, but like the impact itself, just the hunters, the people that were scouting, the trail cameras were.
So that's Southwest Desert North Hams unit.
Jason is standing behind you to answer that
Oh,
question.
he has him? Good job, Jason. I was going to ask Kent to do it. So Jason, you're here.
My numbers aren't going to be perfect because I don't have them right here in front of me, but we did have better success on the archery, on the September archery. We had 8 permits on that hunt and 8 permits on the hams portion of the hunt. September archery was about 90 to 100%, about 40% on the hams part. Average age of harvest was 8.7.
One more question. I was wondering if Mike could share a little bit about the Beaver flight specifically, so I can speak to that later. I understand we got a good count. We kind of talked about that, but could you share bull to cow ratio, sightability, mature bulls, a little bit for context on the Beaver?
Yep, you bet. So again, we flew into January, 1st of February, had pretty decent snow. So the objective on the Beaver is 1,050 total elk. Our population projection based on the flight was about 860 elk. We observed a total of 644 elk, cows and calves. We observed about 350, and bulls was 294. So when you combine all those numbers, the bull to cow ratio based on that was 84 bulls for every 100 cows. That's if you consider sighability to be the same for bulls and cows. Typically, it's a lot harder to see bulls from the air just because they're in smaller groups or they're off by themselves. Whereas cows are in big groups, there's tons of tracks, you can find them. So if you consider that bull sighability might be lower than cows, that could push that ratio closer to like a 1-to-1 ratio. So a lot of bulls. Of those bulls, we classified 70% of them as mature. And so a mature bull is anything that looks like a mature 5-point or bigger. So a lot of mature bulls.
Additional questions? Go ahead, Gene.
Kobe, in your presentation, you said that bulls meet max potential at about 6 years old. So why are we having 8-year-old class units?
The average age it's more of a surrogate for quality on the landscape. And these older age class units are definitely hard to manage. I'm not going to tell you they're not, but it's because there's a demand for certain quality of bull on some units. And when you manage for an average age of 8, 7.5 to 8, you end up with more bulls and more potential for that bull to be on the landscape. And what I mean is your average bull is also never bigger than about 330 inches, regardless of his mature age, right? He's going to hit 330 inches, and that's what he is. It's, it's the difference. Human potential is very similar, right? No matter how bad I would want to play center on some professional basketball team, I'm not even going to be able to play point guard, right? And so I just don't have that potential, whereas others with the height or athletic ability or whatever else do. And so when you're trying to manage based on quality, age is a great surrogate, but it doesn't tell the whole story. And what an average age of 7.5 to 8 means is that there are a lot of bulls out there to sort through, and the chance that one has that potential is higher. It also means that there's probably, I don't know if this is the right word. Waste is not the right. It's just a different way to manage. Like you're harvesting less through hunter harvest and more dying through natural means.
Kobe, I want to add just a comment, just a clarification for everybody on this too. Just so everybody is aware that the elk committee is meeting this summer over the next several months. So questions like this, Gene, these will be great questions to bring forward to that elk committee and how we want to look at this going forward.
And I don't want to feel like I was defending the age classes we have. I was just trying to say why. Like, is it right or wrong? It just is right now, at least.
Okay.
But if we want to change it, that opportunity's coming.
Yeah.
Who? I believe, is that posted? Can you see it?
Yeah. If anybody wants to reach out to me after, I can help them get a hold of their contact or their representative.
So it's, they can share all the names on that committee with you if you're interested.
I'll blab something. Austin Atkins is on the elk committee.
All right.
Now, like with the Beaver, is the division mainly the big game management willing to soften or adjust what's been chiseled in stone on Sinai about age objective and herd objective? Yeah, I really want to know because we've got the Beaver and the milk committee's coming up. Now-
Gene, can I address this real quick and then see if you have another question? Because I think this is something that we get confused on as a RAC, is the division comes with their presentations based on the plan that was done by committees and the RACs and the boards approved through the process. So the division is coming, basing their recommendations on the current plan. Your question again would be to alter the plan, which they'll be addressing over the next few months. I don't know if that helps or not, but I think that's something that we confuse, is that we want the division to come with recommendations or proposals outside of the plan. That's not what the division does. We ask that of them a lot, but that's not how it works.
The committee is going to look to the division for their recommendations, or they're going to get their recommendations whether they look to it or not.
Gene, we just had our first meeting with the committee, and this is the statewide elk committee, so this doesn't set population objectives. Those are unit committees, and those follow the year after the statewide committee. And if local individuals want to be involved with those, we'd love to have them be involved with those. We'll work through that next year. And on the statewide committee, we set up how we hunt bulls. And just really quick, if we're willing to change and evaluate things, I think the committee we have is pretty diverse and looking for some change. So, and the board actually asked us to look really hard at changing how we manage elk if it means addressing some of these issues. So I don't think anyone on the committee is set that we're doing everything the exact right way. They're willing to look at a lot and make some change. And Kevin, what would you add to that?
Yeah, I would just add, on the Beaver in particular, managing any kind of a ungulate population with a 1-to-1 sex ratio isn't a healthy population. So the fact that we have data on the Beaver in particular, that's kind of where we're at, I think begs at least some consideration of whether it's appropriate to continue managing that one the same way we have been. So I'm sure that will be discussed, where it comes out, I'm not sure, but there's certainly data that indicates that there's some discussion that needs to take place.
I wish Justin were here, because it was at a meeting a couple weeks back when I asked, there were some ranchers in the room and some sportsmen. I said, would anybody manage their cows, their cattle at 1 bull per cow? And Justin was the only one that raised his hand. He said, well, it depends. I said, what do you mean it depends, Justin? He said, well, if I only had 1 cow, then I would need 1 bull. So, but I think outside of that, it's not productive. And we understand that managing for that extreme quality can hinder production.
Okay, well, we're not going to answer that, and we're not going to do anything because the elk committee's started to meet now. We're not going to have any big changes. But if we don't mention it in these meetings, and if it's not put out to the public, then, well, I'll save the rest for my
Well,
comments.
and Gene, the RAC just went in a different direction than the division's proposal and decreased several deer units. If there's a concern, like, this is where the RAC comes in. And if there was an increase above what we recommend on elk permits, we would obviously understand that.
Go ahead, Tamara.
Not that we're going to beat this to death on the Beaver unit, but so my question was, why aren't we doing a bigger increase in the bull tax? Because I saw there, I think it was a very slight increase.
Because I was nervous that I'd be hanging from the stoplight in Beaver. We recommended an increase of 13. So we're going from 38 to 51, which at that low of numbers is a fairly decent increase. Why we haven't in the past is simply because we've been trying to manage to that average age.
So don't sit down, don't get. So on a success rate previously, so you went from 38, you said, to 51?
Yes, that's what we're recommending this year.
Okay, so on 38 tags last year, what was your success rate?
I can pull that up.
Because I agree with Berland. I think there's way too many road hunters.
It's pretty high, honestly, for limited entry elk. And on the beaver, these guys are waiting 20, 25, 26 years, and it's pretty high, but I'll pull it up. Years. I got it now. Computer's thinking.
Mike, I got it if you want me to chime in.
Yeah, if you got it, that'd be great.
So archery was 89%. The 2 rifle hunts were, one was in the low 90s, 93 on the early, and the late was upper 70s. So average out to about 85. Muzzleloader was 100%. And I didn't look up multi-season yet, but I imagine that was 100%.
Multi was 100 also.
Yeah, so upper, average them all out, you're looking at around 90%, upper 80s, something like that.
Are you letting Mike sit down yet, Tammy? You got another question? Are we ready to ask more questions? Any other questions from the RAC? All right, let's open it up to questions from the public. Before we start questions, just a reminder, as of right now, we don't have any comments on the elk or buck pronghorn permits. So if you have comments, please turn your cards in. Questions?
That was for antlerless elk, and that'll be coming up in a minute. Gib, if you have a comment on the bulls, we can add that to your card if you'd like.
What about antelope? I want to talk on the phone part.
Okay, we will bring you up on this item then. If anybody else wants to talk on elk and pronghorn, please submit a card and your comments will be heard. Let's go ahead and start with questions. Questions from the public.
I just wanted to ask a little question on the beaver from one of the biologists. And someone was, you were talking about how the potential that for the elk to reach more than 330 is pretty low, but in cow herd, we have purebreds. We are always selecting a lot of times the outliers to kind of breed up, to improve the overall production of the animal. And unfortunately, with the idea of getting a trophy bull, that's the bull that you want contributing to the gene pool, right? So with the beaver and kind of the situation that you're managing for and wanting to get these big bulls, is there been any thought or idea to having the sub 320s or 300 bulls so that they can't hunt a trophy unit? They can hunt the trophy unit, but not the big bulls, but so that some of those decent sized bulls that are still going to be a great opportunity for some of the young hunters to get can have an opportunity to hunt them and put a few more bull tags out there.
That's actually a really great question. It's something that we've done in the past with managed bull hunts years and years ago. And what ended up happening is, on average, folks were just killing younger bulls. So it's hard to determine sometimes for hunters on the landscape. And I would agree with you. You're always hunters are aiming for that top end every year. but that bull's had the opportunity to breed for several years before he's harvested. And so like, as far as genetic variation the other way, it doesn't get detected in wild populations like this. Now, like you said, in a closed elk population, they can select for those things you're talking about, optimum nutrition, big antlers, and in these private elk herds, they grow monster elk. But in a wild population, it's just, there's just too much variation. You can't select for it like that. Yeah. That's a fair point though, and a fair question, like issuing permits to harvest, for example, raghorns. And that's what we're attempting to do with spike permits. And when we tried it before, people were just harvesting younger bulls, not old bulls that didn't reach that potential.
All right, if there's no more questions, we'll go to comments. First comment card from Pete Yardley.
Well, one of my comments is to Riley, we might have to hang you because I should draw this year. But I mean, on the elk, do you think your numbers went down by 25% because you have one bull to one cow? Your bulls ain't reproducing, only a few of them. I mean, that's kind of my thought on it. And I do agree with what they're wanting to do. They do need to get some of them down because you had a better trophy bull unit 10 years ago when you had one bull for like 10 cows than you do now. You have basically selected for the worst genes because all of the really good bulls they pulled out, and every year you just keep leaving the bulls that are just kind of moderate in there that nobody wants to kill. And so that's my comment. But I do appreciate Braden and them on what they have done on some of the cow hunts to help mitigate the problem areas. But I think it needs to be looked at as a forest on a rangeland health issue of where the problems are when they do them. Because some of these cow hunts they was having last summer, and when they're hunting them up on big flat, that's really not problem elk. That's just a cow up to kill. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. Next, Gib. I think that's it, right?
That's it. Yeah, that's all I've got on this agenda item. And then I need Gibbs back for antlerless elk.
What?
I was just getting your card back so I could call you back up when we do antlerless elk as well.
So what are we talking on now? Elk, period?
Pronghorn.
Yeah, you want to come on.
Okay.
Pronghorn.
I've been to these meetings ever since they've had them. And as long as they've had them, I've always heard about the excess of antelope on the Parker Mountain. Always. They couldn't kill enough to get rid of them. They've trapped a lot of them, and they've trapped them, and they've turned a lot of them loose on us. We've got thousands of, I shouldn't say thousands, but many, many hundreds and over 1,000 there on the North Divide, right there next to my private property. And I've spent thousands of dollars reseeding that area. Last year, we had 100 of them that camped right in there in our private ground on our private reseeding. And the Fish and Wildlife Service said, well, we may better have a special hunt on them. And I told them I'll unlock the gates and let everybody come on and hunt the things. So they issued permits only to people that had already had permits and that hadn't got one in the regular permit. There was about 3 or 4 people come on my ranch to hunt 100 head. They never even phased them or made a dent in them. I think that out there on that North Divide, they ought to take 300 head of those. There's 1,000 of them there. They ought to take at least half of them off because they're getting overrunning the place. And I'm really serious about that. And we've had them. My summer ranch is over at AC Creek, up here on top of this mountain. We've had them, seen them over there when we've never seen them before. They're turning them over there. I don't think we need to just be transplanting the things all over the whole country. And on this elk, we run on this mountain
My family got the first permit up here in 1908. These mountain ranges and all of our ranges are sacred to us. They've been in our family forever, and we want our kids and grandkids to keep running on them. We love these ranges, and we love this mountain, and we love our desert. But there are so many elk that when we get up there on the mountain, well, just the other day, my son, I just talked to you, he was over at AC Creek, our main summer ranch, 40 head of elk there. When there wasn't one green spear, no place. They're going to move high. Last summer in the drought, we kept our cattle off for 1 month before we turned them out, so we'd have plenty of feed.
Gib, we're out of time. Can you wrap it up?
No, I've got a lot more I need to tell you because you need to hear what I've got to say.
We're going to give you more time on answer this, Gib. Just finish it off. We're good. Finish it off.
Okay, well, we need to take a lot more elk off this mountain up here because when we get up there with their cattle, they've been there when the first grade of green grass shows up, and we don't have any feed. It looks like a herd of sheep's been there. We need, and I absolutely was shocked at what you said out in the Beaver, 1 bull for every cow. That's unbelievable. That's the most poor management of anything that could ever be. They hadn't ought to have over 1 bull for every 10 cows. You need to have a lot more bulls, but we've got to get rid of a lot more cows up there. And then out on the West Desert.
All right, you got to wrap it up a little quicker.
Okay, well, we've got it. The trouble is with so many of these hunts, you let it so many permits out, but a lot of times, I know on these cow permits, they only get half the animals. You don't get a cow for every permit that's issued. Okay.
We're going to give you another, but we're going to take off your time from this one. So you only got a minute left next time, Gib.
You
Thanks,
need
Gib.
to hear what I've got to say, because I've been here, I'm 89, just turned 89 years old. I've been here a lot longer than any of the rest of you. You need to hear a little of my wisdom.
Yeah, we'll get back to it in a minute. Thank you, Gib. We appreciate it. All right. I think that's all the comments from the public. Oh, yes. Now we'll go to the emailed comments, Kevin.
All right, we had 22 people that indicated whether they agreed or disagreed with the recommendations on this one. It's about 65% overall in agreement. Not a lot of just written comments on this topic, but about a 65-35 split on those that agreed versus disagreed.
Thanks, Kevin. Go to comments from the RAC. Before we start comments from the RAC, I guess I want to just reiterate, let's be a little cautious on getting sidetracked on this. We do have the elk committee convening this summer. Please take your comments to them on what we can change in the plan. What we're talking about today are permit numbers. Other discussions, okay, but let's just be cautious on it because the elk committee will meet and they can change the plan at that time. So get in touch with the elk committee if you want additional changes there. That'd be the best recourse. Comments from the RAC. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I want to help them with their beaver problem. I never kill a bull elk, so I'm thinking that maybe we should take the tags up on that. I would double that. I'd go to 76 tags and not just go up 13. I would double and try and get more opportunity for people who want, that 330 bow with my bow is pretty nice, so I wouldn't mind that at all.
Well, if we double the elk tags on the beaver, this may be the first time that Pete fights us on killing elk if he's ready to draw this year. Thanks, Chuck. Other comments from the RAC?
I'm kind of headed that same way, Chuck, because I'm a rancher. I know your bull to cow ratio. That's not a healthy herd. It's not healthy management. And I know we've accomplished a lot on the cow tags and that kind of stuff, but considering the drought and the impending impacts on our livestock community and everything else, I'd suggest that we do that too, whether we open it up. Pete can get his tag drawn this year, but I'm not sure how you would stretch that out, on opportunity. But I know myself, took me a long time to draw, and I finally had to go to archery to get it drawn. But that's an opportunity for also your point creep, to open that up. I think a lot of people have been waiting in line long time to draw that beaver tag.
Thanks, Tammy. Gene, go ahead.
Back several years ago, there were 30 tags on the beaver, 30 cow tags on the beaver for every bull tag. And nobody was upset with that. We have a herd objective, so we kill cows to meet the herd objective. We have an age objective, so we don't kill bulls to meet the age objective. And that's what's got us into the problem that's on the beaver. And besides that, it's really wrecked the opportunity for a lot of people to go out and kill an elk. I was talking to a biologist that said he had a call and somebody gave him hell about they'd waited 20 years to draw the tag, and the biggest thing they could find was only 370 points. Gosh, it just breaks my damned heart. And it's just too much gone to the trophy hunting. We've got to get more into the opportunity for people to go out and kill those elk. There's been some sad things about that trophy hunting. There's some stories that aren't too pretty, like how the spider bull was killed and how the ox buck was hunted, that don't quite shine good light on the trophy hunting. And those are the ones I know about. That'll do.
Thanks, Gene. Other comment? Go ahead, Austin. And then
Try to keep this brief. As we think about what we're going to change with elk, not just in permit numbers, but as the public and those members here think about what they're going to submit to the elk committee, I'm finding comments that are coming in on how we manage elk are really determined by how many bonus points you have for elk. And it's very skewed depending on where you sit in the mix. If you're a spike hunter, you want the spike hunt to stay the same forever. If you're any bull, don't touch my any bull. And then if you got 20 points, don't touch these tag numbers because I want that 370 bull. And so we've created a sense of entitlement, and most of it is based around point creep and the situation we're in. So yes, is the beaver totally out of whack? My comments are yes. I've personally hunted the beaver, been responsible for helping people kill a lot of cows up there. And it's sad if you're a big bull hunter to kill a cow that's pregnant in January. But if you're on the other side and you want cows dead, that's great. But now look at us, we've got all these bulls we can't touch and we don't know what to do. So I'm conflicted on raising these permits because we've said we were going to manage to that age objective, and what we must to keep our current point structure to keep those applicants happy. If we could handle 200 bull permits on the beaver this year, it'd be fine. Unless you're one of the ones that applied for beaver, you would hate it, right? So I'd have a hard time saying let's double or triple the permits for this year. I think the plan will change a lot of that. And I hope a total restructure comes out of how we manage elk, but I don't think just jumping the permits, as much as I want to kill some of those bulls, is the answer. Another comment I have just about age objective is personally, I struggle with the age objective. I hunt a lot of bighorn sheep and they're not easy, but much easier to tell how old they are on the hoof. There's very few of us, if any, in this room that can tell how old a bull elk is on the hoof. And so we're finding hunters that don't know how to pick out the age objective they're supposed to kill. They don't know what repercussions there are if they shoot a spike on the last day of their limited entry hunt, because they can. And that's what's got us to this point. So I'm hopeful that we see more changes, but I don't see a lot personally out of the current tag recommendations to change those quotas.
Additional comments? Let me make a quick comment on the beaver. And that's what a lot of our comments have been on. I probably tend to agree with what Austin just said. We are going to, the elk committee's convening. The wildlife board has asked the elk committee to really look at substantial changes. From what I'm hearing, that it, a minimum, will be discussed heavily. I think this year to go in and double or triple the tags on the beaver, if we were going to stick with the current plan for the next several years, I think I'd have more, could align there better. But if we're going to change the plan next year and perhaps address some of this, I'm inclined to go with the division's recommendation. I don't think doubling would hurt it at all. But I at the same time, I do have some empathy for those with 25 points that thought they were putting in for a premium tag this year. Again, next year, the other change next year is we'll know the recommended permits prior to putting in. And I think that's a substantial change also. I think we just need to be cautious this year for those that believe what they put in for, and we don't want to change it on them too much.
Mr. Chair, can I add just one thing that I should have mentioned earlier? One of the factors that led us to the situation we are on the beaver is we were significantly above population objective years ago, and we increased cow harvest substantially. And that's a big part of the discussion that hasn't really been brought up, but I just wanted to make sure it was clear that the bull cow ratio isn't simply because of age objective, right? And managing towards an age objective. There's other factors like the significant cow harvest that's influenced that bull cow ratio.
Mike, I really appreciate that comment. In fact, that was the other comment I wanted to make. I think there is a misconception out there that what happened on the beaver was an accident. It wasn't an accident. It was very intentional and done over the last 5 years. It needed to be brought below objective. It was brought below objective, and it was done intentionally. And I guess I would even go as far as to say, we appreciate your effort there, Mike. I know you've taken some bullets for that, but you've done your job and you've done what you've been asked to do. So good comment. Thank you.
And I did mention that in my last comment, and I 100% agree. That's been a heartburn from us. It's been asked of our, from my county specifically, to reduce the population on that. And we voted for it consistently to manage that. It was not an accident. But in that same respect, I think for you to have a healthy herd, I don't think that 1 year of a permit increase is going to hurt anything. I think it's going to help, because you're not going to grow that cow population overnight or in a year or two either. You're not going to solve that issue. So as a livestock producer, I think just healthy herd alone, I would suggest an increase in bull tags.
I think we're ready to go to motions. So again, let's do it similar to what we have done. Let's make motions on units specifically, and then we'll follow up with the remainder as presented. So if anyone wants to make a motion on any unit specific.
I'll make a motion after I make my last comment, okay? My last comment is that if we increase this by double, we're actually only talking about 20 more bulls we're killing. because that's 25 bulls over what they're asking. So you're talking another 20 bulls out of 300 and something, 70% are mature. So I agree. I don't think we're going to do, I think we'll still be within our objective of 7.5 to take, because we're at 8.4 right now. So, so my motion would be to increase the tags on the Beaver unit. This is the only one I'm proposing to change to 76 tags, and you would just portion those out. You would end up doing is doubling the archery, doubling the early any weapon, late any weapon, and muzzleloader multi-season. You just double each one of those, or the DWR could change that however they wanted. But I think that would.
I would suggest you end your motion and your recommendation.
Okay.
We don't want to allow them to change it however they want.
Okay.
That causes confusion.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion from Chuck and a second from Tammy. Any further discussion on that motion? You ready, Kevin?
Yeah, increase. So the motion is to increase the bull tags on the Beaver unit from 51 to 76 and distribute the tags proportionally with the current recommendation.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor with raise of hands? Keep them up. Are you up or down, Craig? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favor, opposed? 2 opposed, and are you abstaining? All right, Dan's gonna.
Did we get Bart?
He's gonna abstain. Oh, yeah, Bart was in favor.
So it was 6, 3, and 1?
Yes. I think we got the reasons for the people that abstained. Do you want to, that voted against, did you want to comment on why you abstained? No comment, okay. Any other motions on additional units?
I move we accept the rest of the recommendations as given.
Right. So we have a motion to accept the remainder as presented, a second by Tammy. Any additional discussion? All right, call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Is that a yes, or are you abstaining again? We got,
I'm calling it a yes.
we're 99% unanimous.
I always wanted to be at 1%.
You made it. All right, thank you. All right.
Just one more reminder for Wade, if he's still on or if he hasn't dozed off yet. This is up to the board to approve. This is just our recommendation, right?
Thank you. Let's move on to the once in a lifetime permit recommendations. Did you have some things you wanted to say before we get going? You look like you're geared up and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm excited. Ready to answer any questions. So no, I think that, we hear how elk and deer go and the recommendations that we make, and once in a lifetime are quite literally a different animal, but due to our populations across the state and the small numbers that we have, the recommendations that we make very, comparably very small. They're not as drastic. We're talking about at times single permits, 1 or 2. And so it's a different animal, but ready to answer any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay. I'll start off with a question this time, just to throw Austin off. So my question would be on the Windows mountain goat. I know you've had this question before, but we're just decreasing the tags significantly, but more significantly on the archery tags. Is there a reason why the recommendation wasn't 2 archery tags? You'd have 1 in both pools, the bonus and the preference.
I don't know that we have a very good explanation for why that was discussed. I mean, I don't love to stand up and say that. Sometimes we just have an oversight. I like when most often we have the ability to offer 2 permits, and so the bonus points do enact. And so, Braden, I think that we looked at the recommendation, tried to split that up. Most of our pressure or desire, the popularity of that hunt comes from the any legal weapon. And I think that's where the decision was made to put most of the hunts, is to base that along with where most of our applications go. But it is a social thing, is how we hunt them. And so if you were interested in adding that to it, it's less of a big deal on adding a single permit to that mountain goat hunt than it is not to. So
You would have no concerns.
I don't have any concerns.
Okay, thank you.
And bringing that up with the region before, understanding that this has been a question before, they were similar in feelings as I am.
And then I have one additional question, just a general question on, I know this had a lot of discussion up at the working group. There we go. We'll get less feedback now. On several years ago, I don't remember when it was, but we went through the racks to add archery tags to once in a lifetime. It didn't get approved that year. It came back, they wanted some additional information. It ended up getting approved. And a lot of that discussion stemmed around, if we can increase opportunity without increasing harvest, there's some benefit in that. And we felt like archery is a tool to do that. So the discussion at the time was, if you put those archery permits in units where you'd have lower success rates, you could have more permits, move people through the pool without impacting quantity. But as we moved into that, we didn't really see that. We saw close to 100% success with archery, and the whole principle behind that decision of lowering success rates didn't pan out. So the question is, are we looking, oh, and I guess I would add to that last year with the buffalo, we did see that. In fact, it was interesting as it presented. Well, if we do an archery hunt in January, no one will kill, so we don't want to do that. Well, wait a second, that's exactly what we want to do. We want to have a lot of permits where nobody kills. So I'm just kind of curious to hear where we're at today. Why are we not pursuing, or my perception is that we're not pursuing putting those archery tags on and lowering the success rate. It seems as though we're giving those tags where there's going to be a high success rate.
You know, I think there's multiple parts to that answer. I think that when that recommendation did come out, it was that we wanted to give those opportunities to an archery hunter without taking away from the hunt that already existed. And so we looked at those opportunities, and it's not doing that. We moved that into January, and then it becomes very difficult when you're offering a permit that feels like almost 0% success. I get that we're giving somebody a chance, but if the animals are off the range or not there at a certain time, then there's not much of a chance. And so in regards to that bison hunt that you're talking about, the animals that they saw just were not there at the time. And so the hunter's perception was that we were offering them kind of a giraffe tag, and they had a chance, but the animal wasn't there. And so we're trying to keep the integrity of giving somebody the opportunity. It may be a very low chance, but we want to give somebody a chance. And so how we balance giving them an opportunity and providing a chance for success is a difficult one that we spend a lot of time thinking about. When we think about that in terms of archery, sometimes the season makes quite a large difference. It's not just the weapon type when you put that in. I mean, and so that is going to consistently be looked at. The recommendations that are made and were passed in the fall of when the hunt structure is, I think, is a good balance with that. And so where we then add the additional tags, I guess, is the discussion where we're at today.
Let me ask a follow-up question there. Going back to this buffalo, and maybe I misunderstood it. What was the success rate on it? How many buffalo were harvested with archery in that January?
In that January, I think that we could have some help on that if Kent's online. Ken, are you there? We can look.
I'm here, but I don't, the data I have is doesn't have that hunt because it went too long. So I have to find that new file, I guess.
My understanding was there were buffalo harvested, multiple buffalo harvested, so it did exactly what I think we wanted it to do. I guess I would maybe contend a little bit that it was exactly what we wanted.
And that might be a very fair point, right?
So I can answer that.
Yeah, please, Wade.
So on our mandatory reporting, it was 25% success with four harvested.
25% with archery gear is above national average.
which is, actually it was 2 harvested, sorry. There were 4 reported. So
So, okay, I won't beat that dead horse. That's my questions. Other questions from the RAC?
I have a question. Desert Bighorn. There's no disease on the Zion, yet we continue to cut tags. Is it fair to say they're just all in the park? We've pushed them all out and they're no longer ours?
I think the park brings an interesting dynamic. I'm not positive that we can say with all surety that there is not disease on the Zion. And so with all of those dynamics involved, we are seeing, sheep disappear, go different places. And so I don't know how to answer that question completely, because I do believe to some extent that we do see sheep.
I think Jason has a
disease on the
response to
Zion.
that.
Our population is down, and we do have the benefit of having collars on that unit for several years. So we have been tracking the cause-specific mortality. A significant part of our cause-specific mortality has been due to lions, like deer. We've lost a lot of sheep to lions. Now, that being said, I don't know if they've killed all of them. We've killed a lot also with hunters. I think we may have over-harvested with our hunters too. So that older age class ram. So therefore we've reduced permits.
And to follow up with that, Riley, remember a couple of years ago, we talked about, we wanted a trophy unit, if you will, for sheep. A lot of the guides and applicants wanted that. And so we moved it essentially from the Zion to Comparowitz West. Is that why we're seeing the extreme cuts in Comparowitz West? Because we want it to fall lower in that model, closer to 30% of the ram seen? Or can you speak to that at all, why we're seeing the cut there?
So I think we can answer that.
Kyle's outside maybe. Oh, here he is.
I was just going to say, I think we can answer that a little bit better with the biologist.
Sorry, I was talking outside. What was your question?
So Rocky sheep in the 9 Mile? No, I'm just kidding. Comparowitz West, why the extreme cuts? Is it because that's our trophy unit per se?
Just total rams counted. So we survey every 3 years. And there was a total mature rams, class 3 and above. We take 12% of that. And there was 42 rams counted. So 12% of that was like 5.04. So we rounded to 6 permits.
And last question on the Jack Creek. The same thing is there is to cut one of those tags back, and then we've received comments or sorry, to keep the same tag amounts. And they've said, no, you need to cut it back because of all the extra permits, the conservation, statewide, the sportsman's tag, they can all hunt that too. I mean,
Right, and I think on the Jack Creek, that is one of them that they want to have a trophy unit on. I think sheep hunters look at that as being one of those locations. We pull up the data on the Jack Creek, and the current recommendation of staying the same falls right within the management plan. If you were going to cut back to 2 permits, the management plan says anywhere from 2.1 permits to 4. And so I think if you could round down, that still fit within the management plan. And if you wanted to have your trophy unit, I think we could make an argument that would be acceptable, and we don't have too much heartburn with that.
Any other questions from the RAC? All right, we'll open it up to questions from the public. Again, reminder, I don't think we have any comment cards on this one from the public. So if you want to submit a comment card, please do so, and we'll open up to questions from the public. All right, no questions, no comments. We'll come back to the RAC. Comments from the RAC. And I'll just go ahead and continue on with my comment here. Covey, I guess I'm asking the RAC. I can't make a motion here. I would ask us to consider asking. There was a lot of push and a lot of desire to get those once-in-a-lifetime archery permits. But the discussion at the time was to have those in areas with lower success so we could increase opportunity. it seems like we've lost a little bit of that. And then we're looking at the Henrys as a failure when I think it should be viewed as exactly what it was intended for. I would ask us to maybe re-emphasize what the original request was and continue down that path. Let me speak specifically on sheep. I think we could make some small archery units on sheep where you'd have very little success, timbered sheep in pockets that just don't get hunted. And we could really increase opportunity for these animals that people will never, ever draw unless we figure out a way to get more permits. We had a late comment card. Russell, where are you? See out in the hall? Okay. I saw you. I thought you were running up to give the card and we moved too quick. We'll allow you to come back and comment here.
Okay. There's just a recommendation representing SFW again. Recommendation what Austin talked about with the Jack Creek. We're recommending as SFW is to keep that at 2 or reduce it to 2 permits based upon comments that were received before. Statewide tag, sportsman's tag, other people that can hunt it. We feel that that unit doesn't have the sheer number of sheep to keep it at 3 permits. So,
thanks, Russell. We'll come back to the RAC with additional comments from the RAC. Go ahead, Austin. Cammie. I'll let you guys fight it out, whichever one gets it.
I was just going to say on your late season archery on the bison, we had a Beaver County boy that drew out for that and down on the Henrys. And it took him till the very last day to get that done. But he says, we had a ball, about killed ourselves. It was a hard hunt and he didn't get a monster bull out of that, but he was tickled, totally happy about it.
Okay, so my comment is to go exactly against SFW's recommendation there on the Jack Creek. I'll justify it a little bit. You're talking 3 tags total in the public draw, which means 2 go to the bonus point guys, which is going to be 23 points this year, and 1 goes random. If they cut that back to 2 permits, then only 1 goes to bonus point and 23 points, and 1 goes random. So everybody's still got a shot, but no, it's not going to fix point creep, but we are way too conservative on saving these sheep. I'm a proponent for let's kill them. We've got them. We've got excess. If it fits within the plan, let's kill the sheep. And I love sheep. I love big sheep, but I feel like it's pandering a little bit too much to a small group of sheep enthusiasts. I'll say that I respect them and I love sheep just as much as them. But I also want to see people behind dead sheep. And we can only do that if we give more permits. So I want to push the plan and I'll vote for this as much as I can. Push the limits and let's give as many sheep permits as we can give. It's the only thing sheep are good at doing is dying.
Thanks, Austin. Go ahead, Gene.
I'll go along with Austin's recommendation. I realize that other people see it a different way and they're trying to conserve the animals or trying to conserve the opportunity, but it smacks of favoring the high money permit. And though they say that they may or may not hunt there, I suspect that the high money permit has already been purchased and an outfitter obtained. So I'm just, that's where I come from. I just, whether it does or not, it looks like they're pandering to a high money permit.
Thanks, Gene. Cammie, go ahead.
You got to give me one moment to be a smart aleck. Used to raise sheep, purebred sheep for the big winter herds. And that's one of the main reasons, because I'm not that kind of sheep killer, but I was concerned about the bighorns coming into Beaver County because we're a huge winter range for sheep and that. But I learned the hard way and a lot of money paid to veterinarians. And two separate veterinarians told me, I'm not coming to your place to doctor your buck that's sick because I only know the 3 S's. 6 sheep seldom, 4 S's, 6 sheep seldom survive. And then the other good thing another vet told me, and Barnum probably does this too, it wasn't from you, said that sheep are only looking for a place to die. So I agree with increasing those tags.
Any additional comments? All right, I'd entertain a motion. Go ahead, Verlin.
I know one vet that doctors sheep.
That wasn't a motion.
You got that down, Kevin?
No.
All right. Anyone want to make a motion? Go ahead, Chuck.
A motion that we accept the proposals from the division as they're written for the once in a lifetime permits.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept as presented. We have a second.
A second. I'll second.
All right, we have a second.
Who was the second from, so that the ladies from Bart?
I guess Bart got the second.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to accept as presented. Additional discussion. All right, we'll vote. All in favor, raise of hands. Passes unanimously. Thank you. On to the one we've all been waiting for, right? Antlerless. All right. Cody, did you have anything you wanted to start us out with, or do you want to just go right to questions?
Let's just go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions from the RAC on the antlerless permit recommendations.
Austin, we know you have some.
Questions from Austin, and then we'll go to the RAC for additional questions.
So personally, I'm a little tired of getting comments about these 40 Pine Valley doe deer permits we're giving.
Yeah.
So my question is, what do we have to do to get rid of those completely? Who do we have to pay? Like, how do we raise money?
I've actually said that, so I think about the depredation issues across the state, and when they've gone away is when sportsmen have sat down with landowners and solved the problem. Because we're going to continue to respond to code in this instance. We hunt them at a time when we're trying not to catch those migratory mountain deer. I mean, the dates on these hunts are August 1st to the 17th. We're killing those local deer. We're not killing deer that are available to hunters, most hunters. Is that fair? And if we can't do it through a public draw or public hunt, and there's still that conflict there, and the landowner asks for us to help reduce his or alleviate his damage, as it says in code, we're going to work to do that. And so for us, it's when it becomes a problem of, I need your help alleviating this damage. If there is no problem, then there is no reason to have a hunt on antlerless deer in that area at this time, if that makes sense. So that's what it is. Jason, I've taken this from you. I mean, this is your hunt, so I want to make sure you have the ability to speak here, but if we weren't offering these permits to the public, we'd probably either have to do it ourselves or offer more vouchers until there's not a problem. So Jason, what would you add to that?
I would agree with that assessment. Also, I mean, 20 tags in the New Harmony area is going to be like 10 dead deer. In the Enterprise area, it's going to be like 16 dead deer, 80% success. New Harmony is like 98% private land, on that hunt, and it's ag fields. So we're looking at resident deer. Same thing in Enterprise. They're not contributing significantly to the population. So
Is it fair for me to ask could we put a number on how many antlerless deer are killed in the Pine Valley unit on depredation mitigation, landowner. Is that a fair number to ask? I think the public's asking, looking at this, saying those are 40 very valuable does in a population that's struggling. How do we put a number on that? Can we get that number?
So for last year, is that, yeah, I do. So the enterprise hunt last year, that early hunt, we did have 35 permits on it and they killed 28 deer there. So yeah, it was 80% success. Total on the Pine Valley last year was about 55 deer on the public hunts. And
then depredation mitigation.
depredation mitigation, we looked at those today. You have that? 97 deer on depredation mitigation were harvested. So 150 deer between the public hunts and the depredation mitigation permits last year.
We do have areas in the state where this has gone away when, and I feel like I keep beating this drum, but it's because it's the only time I've ever seen it really work. And that is when you can get landowners and sportsmen in the same room and work together and mitigate that damage. A lot of landowners are really reasonable and receptive. And I've seen it work for elk on the Wasatch. I've seen it work in a lot of different areas.
While we're on this topic, can anyone speak to the proposed solar farm on the Dameron Valley Veo side? Do we need to talk about that as it relates to our deer herd total? Or is that way too early in the planning phase to even bring up?
It is pretty early in the planning phase. They're still looking at doing public process meetings and taking comments and all that. As far as I know, they haven't had any meetings yet. We have reached out to the BLM and made sure that we can be part of that process. They are looking at a 7,000 acre area. Right now, they're saying probably only 2,000 acres of that would possibly be developed. That being said, it's not only a migration corridor, but it's a destination winter range. I would estimate 15 to 20% of the Pine Valley deer winter in this area.
We're looking at this on a state level specifically, but specifically on solar panels that the BLM are proposing. We've got a couple of them. We got them blocked during the Trump era, not to get into politics, but during the Trump era, we got the solar farms blocked because they're sending out grazing cancellations. Our grazers, the first month that the new administration went in, they sold that permit or the bid out on that. And it's going to be a huge impact, not only on grazing, but also wildlife. And so we've been protesting it. Our county specifically, our grazers, our grazing working groups sent a lot of comment letters in. The Trump administration paid attention to that. The state paid attention to that. We held it off for 4 or 5 years and now we're starting all over. So I guess what my question is on this, is this strictly BLM? This is public lands that this is proposed on?
This is all public land, yes. Yeah.
Not good. Okay.
Right. I guess I would add to some of the areas there in Beaver County, we did call our pronghorn specifically to gather data about those areas this past winter. So.
Any additional questions on the antlerless recommendations? All right, questions go ahead, Gene.
On the antlerless private land tags, in 2021, there was authorized 8,810 tags, but there was only 3969 sold. Yeah, this year you're authorizing a couple of hundred more, but what's the need for authorizing so many tags and selling not quite so many tags?
You know, it's funny, Gene, we just had the exact same question, only in reverse in the Central Region last week, and that was, why would you let these tags run out on our unit? And that's the answer to this question too. It's, why would you let these tags run out where they're so valuable? This is one of the tools that came out of the last elk meeting that has changed tolerance in elk statewide. And a lot of it in the basin, northern Utah, but really everywhere, because what it does is it provides a tool where a landowner, if they don't want elk on their property, they can get one of these tags or have somebody they know get one of these tags, and then not harvest all those animals, but apply pressure to push them off. And it's one of the tools that allowed us to actually increase population objectives the last time that we brought around the objectives. So the reason why is because we don't want them to sell out. If they sell out and there's a problem, then it comes back to come get your elk. Tolerance goes way, way down, right? But when they're able to either harvest or apply pressure with hunters and push those animals out of areas where they're not desired certain times of the year, it increases tolerance for those animals. That's why.
Thanks, Gene. I think, remind me, Kobe, I know I watched something recently. I don't remember which meeting it was in over the last few months, but there was a good discussion on this with a lot of data. Was it the working group last week? Is that where you talked about this?
Yeah, we talked about it. The working, we finally published the study that we did on the Wasatch.
So I would recommend, Gene, you could watch that working group meeting, and they really dive into this with some good information if you want to learn more. Did you? Okay, good.
It puts the elk back on public land where.
Yeah, it was good information you presented in a longer format than we have theirs. Other questions? All right, questions from the public. Again, bring your cards forward now if you have them.
I just give a little bit of insight on the solar panel. Are we okay with that, or do you want to not do that? It'll be short.
Yeah.
Okay. I've researched this a lot just because this is in my area, and I presented it at a couple of banquets. It is 7,000 acres. I know it's been said it's 2,200 acres that they want to use solar panels. You have to remember the 7,000 will be fenced off. It's not going to be 2,200. Okay. And they have had one meeting with the BLM. Ken, they have looked at the site. It is going to drastically affect that deer herd that comes off Pine Valley. They're either going to have to find a way around it. They're going to have to relocate. That is very crucial to our deer herd. So I would suggest anybody that wants to reach out to that company. I have phone numbers, emails. I have everything that you need to get. So I would suggest that. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Maybe just a quick comment on that. This is a little off agenda, but it is also critical. We had a comment earlier tonight. What are we doing to help our herds? Guys, this is what we can do to help our herds. This is critical. 20% of the wintering habitat. I would plead with everyone to get involved in this. We talked about what can we do. Here's something we can do. All right, let's get back on track soon, but go ahead, Tammy.
I'll just make a quick comment. What's really frightening to me, I'm all for economic development, these kind of projects on private land, but it's really scary that the mentality going forward is it's coming on public land, that we have no control over that. And so that's going to eliminate, we're talking about opportunities, we're talking about our deer herd, antelope, whatever. This is going to block you off from that access of any kind, eliminate multi-use on public lands.
All right.
Questions on antlerless from the public? Comments?
Am I gonna be able to make another comment?
1 minute, Gib. You already, no, we'll give you your full 3 minutes. In fact, you're first. Come on up, Gib. 3 minutes. I'm cutting you off this time.
I would like to recommend that Beaver County give 300 antelope permits in addition to what they've already got, which I don't think they have many. But we've got way too many antelope. I think we should take 300 off. And then how many elk is there on the Panguitch Lake unit? I've never seen those figures. I must have got here too late to get the papers. But how many elk are on the Panguitch Lake unit?
Kyle's coming up to answer that, Kobe.
We just flew this winter and we counted 840.
Well, I think about 3/4 of them get up on my summer permit, and I think that how many you recommended that you take off of that?
We've got 90 total permits with those private lands only.
With this drought, that doesn't even phase them. You need to take off about 4 times more. You people have all got to give this drought more consideration. It's serious. We have to keep our cows off because we don't have the feed. And you need to take more of these elk off during these droughts. And I think you ought to take more than that off of Panguitch Lake. That's our recommendation. Oh, and one more thing, and I'm through, is that
You've got another minute and a half, Gib. We aren't even close to cutting you off.
Well, I want to say that there's the state of Utah has a deal that if you get a group with 10,000 acres, that they will let you have private elk permits to sell, right?
Yes, it's called the CWMU program.
Yes, and it's a darn good program. But I know that some places, they've increased that over around Price. They're getting 10 times more permits over there than we're getting. We've had about 10 in the Panguitch Lake unit. I'm a part of that unit. They've cut it down to 4. That isn't right. They ought to increase it, especially in this drought. I think you should increase those private land permits. Thank you.
Thanks, Gib. Next, we got Steve Yardley. And then after that, Gary. Nope, sorry, that's the last one. Keep grabbing his. Just Steven. That's the only other comment we have on this. Did he leave? What's the deal with that, Gib? Your boy leaves you here. He need more sleep than you do? How does this work?
I don't know. I can't figure it out either. Tell me.
Does he put in a good 8 hours a day? I mean, is he going home at 6 to take a nap? How does this work? Thanks. Thanks, Kim. All right. Comments from the RAC. Oh. Man, I ask every time, you got your cards up? I think we should just not allow it. Go ahead.
Well, basically my comment's just kind of in line with antlerless deer. And I know we always say that buck harvest doesn't dictate population, and I get that. But going back and looking at some of the antlerless deer harvests we've had in the past, from 2015, I just went over and I took the amount of permits and went off the harvest statistics that the division has online. And they really ramped up the antlerless harvest after 2015. And I guess that's in line with, they figured they had too many deer on the landscape at that point in time. They were trying to reduce some of them numbers. But where we're at now, I mean, just looking over some of the permit numbers I have in 2015 on the Pine Valley, we had 49 doe permits, 80 in 2016, 336 in 2017, 415 in 2018, which 100 of those were 2 doe permits, which was probably the early season hunts, more over in Pine Valley. And some of those are not Pine Valley, but New Harmony. We get in 2019, 336 doe permits. And then they started cutting them back to 135 and then down to what we have now. But along with that, I mean, we talk about what bad shape we're in for the amount of animals we have on the landscape. But we have to remember a lot of the does were taken off the landscape during that time frame. And according to them, like, it's hard to raise a fawn to get to maturity. Like, to get it to that 1-year-old state, that's the most critical time. But when we have a fair amount of animals on the landscape, maybe we should look at getting some more does, giving them that extra jump and getting them to maturity, or at least 2-year-old, so they can carry over in. But it just really seemed like we really ramped it up. I know here just south of town, I mean, just on the Zion alone, we had a number of years where they issued 150 permits just out here south of town. You can't find a deer out there anymore on the winter range. They're not there. So just something to think about, keep in mind when we go through. And I'm glad to see that a lot of these doe permits have been cut back, but just something, a little reflection I've looked at.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, comments from the RAC. And I'm going to start off. I actually have a question. I know we have this in our packet, but I don't have my whole packet printed off. What is the objective for antelope on the Beaver unit? Where are we at and how many tags are we issuing there?
Thanks, Mike.
Did you ask about cow elk, Braden? Sorry, I was in another hallway meeting.
What's up with you guys in hallway meetings tonight?
Pronghorn on the Beaver.
Yeah, the pronghorn, the antlerless pronghorn on the Beaver, the objective, where we're currently at, or how many we have on the unit, and then what our permits are.
Gotcha. So, we flew this in 2021, so not this past winter, but about a year ago. We counted 223 pronghorn on the unit, so very few. Let me pull this up. In the 2018 flight, the time that we flew it before that, we were estimating the population about 634. As I've been out doing my pronghorn classification in the summer, fawn-doe ratios have been awful the last few years. Production's really slowed down with drought, and we've definitely seen that. Buck-doe ratio has increased a lot, so we recommended an increase in the buck permits, but I recommended a decrease in the doe tags.
And sorry if I missed it. Isn't the objective 600?
Objective is, I have on here 850, but I want to say it's 800, but I want to say it's 650. I'll double check on that.
Actually, I think you're right. I think 800 is right. And how many antlerless permits are we recommending this year? None?
Let me pull it up.
I thought, okay, nothing. Okay. But we are, our counts that we're at basically a third of the objective.
We're way below objective.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask him a question? Please.
We can ask questions during our comments. Yes, go ahead.
I know antelope also are migratory, because I've got the same increase across the highway. So, but your unit, the Beaver unit, what's your boundaries on that? Remind me.
So that's Highway 20, Highway, what is the one that goes through Minersville?
21.
21 is the southern border of that, and then all the way up to the Black Rock Road.
Okay, Black.
Sorry, and then also the Bald Hills.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
A lot of movement back and forth. There's no freeway to block that.
Correct.
And the same comment that we've had before on, and my granddaughter drew out on one last year, and we were clear up on our summer range. That's where the antelope are now.
Yeah, they've definitely shifted places that they're using. To Gibbs Point, we had pronghorn on his property right there just above Minersville Reservoir and above Adamsville, and they used to not be there as much. So pronghorn definitely have moved, and with depredation situations like that, we can be more surgical. Like Gibb mentioned, we had a depredation hunt, and we can continue to do that kind of stuff for private land issues.
Go ahead, Vernon.
So on the Parker Mountain, what's your count on antelopes there? And when I say Parker Mountain, I mean the Dixie National Forest and the BLM and.
Yeah, we flew that this year. We fly that every year, and our estimate was 1,100.
Okay, I know that Chuck has a letter he wants to read from the Forest Service, and then Craig, you mentioned a minute ago you wanted to speak on this. So Chuck, if you want to go ahead, representing the Forest Service.
You bet. This is a letter from Forest Supervisor, the Dixie and Fish Lake National Forest, are both forests. It says, Dear Braden Richmond, Chair of the Southern Region RAC. The Dixie and Fish Lake National Forest would like to voice support for recent efforts taken by the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources to manage ungulate populations in the southern region during the current prolonged drought. We value our partnership with the DWR and their use of antlerless elk hunts wherever possible to assist us in the successful management and protection of aspen regeneration projects and other sensitive resources. These efforts appear to have been successful in helping to disperse elk from areas that needed protection from heavy utilization. In response to drought conditions over the last 3 years, our forests have used various tools to manage the impacts of domestic livestock. Where appropriate, we have reduced the number of livestock allotted on the forest and or delayed allotment use. We are closely watching drought conditions again this year. With the possibility that livestock use may need to be adjusted again, we ask the RAC to also consider drought and drought recovery as recommendations are developed for wildlife management. In particular, we recommend that antlerless permits on the Monroe Mountain not be reduced as currently proposed. We have numerous efforts underway to improve forest and rangeland health on Monroe Mountain, and we working closely with range permittees to better manage impacts of livestock grazing. A reduction in antlerless permits at this time during ongoing drought will not be helpful to these efforts. Sincerely, Michael Elson and Kevin Wright.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Craig, Kobe, would you mind addressing that a little bit? This is another thing I'm not sure people are aware of, but for the last several years in the drought, we do come back to the Wildlife Board and ask for permits to be adjusted based on current conditions of drought. Would you mind just addressing that quickly?
Yeah, I can address that. And then is Vance, where I see him. I'd hate for Vance. He spent the whole rack back there comfortable without standing up once, and he loves the Monroe. So it's in the elk plan. It's one of the things that it directs biologists to do, is that regardless of whether or not we're below the population or how far below we are of the population objective, to bring back and to consider drought conditions. And then at the August board, and we, because of the timing of it, we skip the RAC process, which is good and bad, because then the RACs don't know that we do this, and we've done it every year we've had drought. We bring back usually several hundred additional antlerless permits taken to the board and say, we propose these increases on these units to address these types of issues. And we do that because, like, we don't know what spring and summer moisture are going to look like yet. Obviously, we have modeled estimates, but we don't know for sure. So that's why we do it like that. We do take it seriously. We do care. Like it matters for wildlife and for permittees. We're in this together. So when we have to remove elk or bison or whatever it is, we've been really very aggressive. And Vance, you can probably comment specifically to the Monroe.
Yeah. So on the Monroe, we have 2 antlerless hunts. One is the Cusharam Valley for depredating elk. And I cut that because that hasn't been a really big issue. The one that they're probably referring to is the Rock Springs hunt. We have that specifically to protect aspen regeneration. 20 permits the last couple of years, I think we've had up there at Rock Springs. We don't kill a lot of elk, but we help keep elk out of there, right? With hunting pressure, we had it split. Part of it was in August. We closed it during the archery and muzzleloader hunts, open it back up in October. This year we had to shorten that season just to our October dates. And so I didn't want 20 permits in there just in October. I didn't think it would be a good hunt for the people that drew that tag, that many people on that short hunt date. So that's why we cut it. We could, put 10 more tags on there to bring it up to 20. I don't know if it would be much more effective though. And then on the Fish Lake, I think we did 200 private land only hunts last year in response to the drought. And this year, I don't think we'll need that. Everything's greening up really well. And it wasn't a really effective hunt just because of the private property wasn't really conducive to the harvest on the Fish Lake. So.
Thank you. Go ahead. Right.
I got kind of a little statement, then a statement question for Colby here. Colby made a statement earlier on that we're getting a bunch of cow elk that are getting too old to produce. That's the kind of bothered me a little bit, and I don't know any way to remedy that.
And that really depends on the unit.
Yeah, you said it was kind of some units.
Yeah, it is. It's units were below the population objective for you, specifically the Book Cliffs. No, we've never hit the population objective in the Book Cliffs, never had a reason to hunt cows. Now we're recommending cow permits, and everyone's wondering why we're doing that when we're so far below the population objective. And the reason why is because it's drought conditions, forage allocation, body condition, and age. So it's a very complex issue. But we know we have too many mouths in the landscape, and a lot of those mouths are too old to be very beneficial. Yeah, I mean, we've harvested cow elk that were like 27 years old. That's two that I counted rings, and one was actually older than that, I believe, this year. So they're old. Some of them. Caught several that were 20 plus.
That's old elk. Old wildlife, yeah. The other comment I just had was I have a friend that has the contract to gather up the dead deer on the state highways around Zion, not Zion, but the Pine Valley area. And I just am curious how many, I mean, he had last December when I talked to him last night, I should have called him before he came to this meeting tonight because I was going to, but I forgot to. He had over 100 deer killed on the highway. I just wonder how that compares. I mean, we was talking about, and nearly all those are does, and that's not counting the Bench Highway there by Newcastle or down Burrell Highway, because there's dead deer there that he doesn't have the contract to gather up.
Jason, have you picked up any roadkill on the Pine Valley specifically? Roadkill collared deer? One. So it's statewide. Highways are a problem. Some areas are more of a problem than others, but they're a problem for several reasons, not just roadkill. One is they block habitat, right? It changes home ranges, blocks habitat, makes it so they don't have the ability to get nutrition they otherwise would. On average, statewide, we're losing about 1% to 2% of our deer on highways. It's probably not as far as cars go with the driver, but then there's also the human safety issue. So there's a lot of reasons why we should fence and create overpasses and create connectivity, not just because they're killing deer there, but because you could probably provide more nutrition, increase population home ranges, and possibly size. Like, there's all these good reasons to do it. So yeah, we do care about highways, although on average, they probably don't drive populations based on the collar data we have. They're major blockers. Wildlife Tracker, if you bring up Wildlife Tracker and Highway 6, like it is there. Like they come down off that lineup and they're right there along the highway all winter long when, maybe they're on the wrong side of the canyon and can't get to those south-facing slopes that are bared off and expend more energy and end up dying of malnutrition. Whereas if they could cross that road, get up on that south-facing slope and expend less energy and be warmer, they'd have a higher survival rate. So it's a complex issue that we need to keep working on. It's one that we've made a lot of progress on, but we can continue to make more progress on it too.
Any more comments? Gene, go ahead.
On the doe antelope, we're taking pretty much 2 does for every buck that's taken in the state. But most of them are taken on mitigation, more so than permit, than public draw. Doe antelope that's a fun little hunt, and there's no pressure, you know, you don't have to worry about how long the horns are or anything. It's just a fun little hunt. If we could push that mitigation to the youth somehow, it'd sure be a good deal.
Thanks, Gene. Go ahead, Austin.
I'll make a comment on the beaver cow elk. It's interesting. I've hunted the beaver cow elk every year the last 5 years, either with friends or family.
You're the reason they're gone.
I didn't kill them all, I promise. But it's interesting that we were above objective. And so we kept increasing these cow tags. And then we said, do it Beaver North only. And then it opened Beaver East. And we're saying they're not here. You know, we feel like we're killing all the cows out. And now we get a good flight survey and, oh man, our numbers are way down. So we go from almost 400 cow tags down to 10. Right? It's an extreme jump. So trying to mitigate the social aspect of this is tough. How it looks to the public is you've been screwing up the last few years. And so I feel like we need to change that perception somehow. I need the division to change that realize that we're trying to be proactive or we're trying to be reactive, and these numbers may jump up next year, but you cut a very big opportunity hunt of 400 permits down to 10. That's a huge what's going on from my position. Now, I always cut them open and see if they're pregnant. They're generally pregnant with bulls, as we know, but it's part of the hunt. I like the challenge. It's got to be one of the toughest cow elk hunts in Utah.
Do you score those bulls?
Depends on how late in January you kill them.
Austin, I just want to see your emails tomorrow. You wanted to increase sheep tags among your sheep hunter friends. You're killing bulls on beaver with your cow hunts.
Well, they're only this big.
What was the other one tonight? I just want to, if you could just CC me on your emails.
We just my comment is we got to normalize this a little bit or justify these ups and downs so that we can understand, is the objective wrong? Are the cuts right? Are the cuts wrong? I don't want it to look like the biologist or the division doesn't know what they're doing with this herd. We need to change something. And I know a lot of that will come through the elk committee, but it's concerning for those that I talk to the landowners up there, and they want more cows dead, and they're going to see this 10 permits and say, you've lost your mind. We need to kill more of them. And the hunters are saying the exact opposite. So it's a struggle.
All right. Any additional comments? Let's go ahead and entertain a motion. I think we've already doubled the time of any of the other racks, haven't we?
Yeah, they were all 3 and we're at almost 4.5.
Yeah. That's all right. We've had some good discussion, but we would entertain a motion on this one. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we accept the antlerless deer recommendations as presented, with the exception to cut both Pine Valley public draw antlerless deer hunts.
So you're just dealing with deer with this recommendation, not with all of the antlerless?
Just dealing with deer.
Just deer. Okay. Okay, so the motion is to accept all the deer antlerless recommendations with the exception of Pine Valley, and to not have antlerless hunts on Pine Valley. Is that correct?
You could say public draw
public,
doe deer hunts on Pine Valley.
the recommended antlerless permits. We would cut the recommended antlerless permits.
On the 2 Pine Valley units.
Do we have a second on that? So we have a second from Craig on that. So we have a motion, a second. Do we have any discussion? All right, let's vote on that motion. All in favor by the raise of hands? Unanimous. All right. Oh, sorry, I thought I saw you raise your hand. Okay, Chuck, are you opposed or abstaining? Abstaining, okay. Next motion.
So we're eight with one abstention.
Yeah, 8 with 1 abstention.
I would motion to adopt the remainder of the recommendations as presented.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt the remainder as presented, and Tammy has a second on that. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor by the raise of hands? That one's unanimous, correct? Okay. Thank you. Last agenda item, CWMU antlerless permit recommendations.
Mr. Chair, before I sit down too, I just want to tell this RAC, thank you. Like the questions that we get here drive a lot of thought and discussion, and I really appreciate the time that you all take, and I appreciate the RAC. No, and it's specifically Austin, I appreciate the questions. They're good. Thank you.
We do appreciate that. I made a joke about how long we're going, but I also think these are important to really be thorough. These are important racks. So last item, CWU antlerless permit recommendations, questions from the rack. Questions from the public. This is a little bit of a joke I talked to the Northern rack chair and he goes, you guys never care about CWMUs. And I said, that's because we don't have CWMUs. And in the Northern, this is a big discussion. So questions from the public? We don't have any comment cards?
We have one.
Oh, we do have one.
Gary
The
Webb.
one I've grabbed all night
Yes.
long. I forgot about him when I got to him. Gary Webb.
Appreciate it. Gary Webb, I'm actually, let's see, can't get this to work. Oh, we go to this one. I actually represent the CWMU Association Board, so it's glad we're very happy to be here. We're here to show support to the division's recommendation. We support it wholeheartedly. And I just a quick fun fact about the CWMUs that you say that a lot of them are up in the north, and there are a lot of them. There's 136 of them in the state. 14 of them are here in this region. But overall, the program, I was talking to Chad about it, looking at the acreage, 2.3 million private acres in the CWMU program in the state. It's incredible, the relationship that the private landowners have with the Division of Wildlife. It's something to talk about. So we're here in support. We're going to be at all the RAC meetings representing the CWMUs. So we're available and appreciate the cooperation.
Thanks, Gary. That is the only comment card we have. I would just add to what you said, Gary. I personally, I'm a huge proponent of the CWMU program. I just view it as widely successful. I think it's done great things for the state, and thanks for all the work on that. Any other comments from the RAC on the permit recommendations for the CWMU? All right, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept them as presented.
Craig made a motion to accept as presented. We have a second. Let's get a second from this side. Okay, great. Nick will second that. All in favor by raise of hand? Unanimous. Thank you. With that, we are done. Our next meeting, when is our next meeting?
May 17th, is that?
May 17th. Where at? I have that right here.
I think it's in Richfield, but let me double check.
May 17th in Richfield, 6 o'clock. We decided 6 o'clock for all of our meetings.
Yep, May 17th in Richfield. It'll be at the DNR building there in Richfield. They're by the airport at 6 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Tammy
Meeting
will not
adjourned.
be there.
Meetings that week.